we will train you. You must be able to pass a medical health exam and a drug test. Salary range is $19,253 to $29,859. Benefits include free health insurance and retirement. Contact the TPSB Transportation Office at 985-876-7400.
GenGators Power Systems is the area's leading Kohler standby generator solution, specializing in maintenance, repair, and installation on all major brands, from gas to diesel and 2kW to 2000. Home or commercial, our team has you covered. Our factory-certified technicians and installers are highly trained to provide response and repair when you need it the most. We service what we sell, period. Trust the GenGators, where we sink our teeth into service.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. Purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models, or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your local GMC dealer.
For 4 decades, Cardiovascular Institute of the South and Terrebonne General Health System have partnered to deliver a legacy of cardiovascular innovation. We lead the state in advanced programs and complex procedures that you won't find anywhere else. Our specialized treatments for peripheral vascular disease, artery and vein disease, heart valve and structure conditions, arrhythmias, and more attract patients from around the world. Together, we deliver the cardiovascular care that you deserve. Visit tgncis.com to learn more.
Let me ask you this as we wind down this program. What do you and John talk about when y'all get home? Does politics enter the equation, or is it, nope, I don't want to hear about it?
Well, most evenings, it depends on whether he had a council meeting or he has one coming up, or whether I'm in session or what have you. But yes, very, very often we're having political conversations where we talk about what we're getting done, or our frustration and what we're not getting done, or can you believe somebody did this, or somebody proposed that, or just anything that we're both dealing with in our offices.
Perfect pincushions for each other because y'all both in it.
Yes, and sometimes we have to just put the brakes on and say, we're not talking about that tonight. We're, just leave off. It's like when you get home from work. Sometimes you just want to close the door on work and refresh. And so that's what we have to do often.
I don't want to see news when I get home.
Yes,
I understand.
I understand. And so we do maybe let off steam or whatever if we're in the middle of things politically in our jobs. But there's so much else. There's so much else. Mm-hmm. That's just minor. That's just a portion of what we have to discuss.
Y'all both very spiritual, so.
Yes. So we're always working on whatever we're involved with in church. Yeah. We're always concerned about our family, our extended family, not only our children, but I only have one sister left. John's siblings are nearby. So we have so much more to life. It's not just about the parish council or the state legislature. There's everything else. We have family, we have neighbors, we have a community, we have dogs, we have grass to cut, we have
and I'm glad you recognize
everything that everybody else has.
Some people lose that, and unfortunately, I told you, time flies when you come on here. Mm-hmm. If I got John in a room and I got all your state legislators that you work with, your former council people, if I was able to get your mom and dad and able to get your family or any deceased members, and I put them all in a room. I said, okay, John, I'm going to let you orchestrate this. I want you to come back with one word that describes Beryl. What would you hope the one word would be?
Well, my first thought was they'd probably all agree on stubborn, but I believe that when they settle in, I think the one word that they could all agree on is conviction. Yeah. Because anybody that knows me well, or anybody that knows me a little bit and had to work with me, knows that conviction, I don't budge. It's not that you can't change my mind. It's that I'm not going to change my mind unless and until you bring me information that's better than what I already understand. And so conviction, some might call it stubbornness, depends on which way you're trying to move me.
Well, conviction meets stubbornness at the railroad track.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But yes, every major decision I have to make, and even a bunch of the minor ones, it's all based on conviction about, is it right? Is it true? I have to look at myself in the mirror. I have to be able to sleep at night. But most of all, I have to be able to give an answer to my children, my grandchildren, and one day I'm going to stand face to face with the Lord, and I'm going to have to give an answer, and I want to be able to have a clear conscience and say I did the best that I could.
It's a conviction would suit you well, no doubt.
Well, thank you.
I thank you for joining us on One-on-One. I appreciate it. And we look for some big things from you.
Yep.
And I'm sure you'll keep us posted on it. But thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate your service to our community
Thank
and
you.
our state.
Thank you.
All right. For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm. This one-on-one program has been brought to you by the law offices of Waits and Downer.
U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
Welcome to Home Outlet. What brings you in today?
Save 20% on your fall project. Break up with your big box store and come see our new look at Home Outlet in Gray during our grand reopening to save 20% September 12th through 14th. Save on quality kitchens, baths, floors, and more.
All in stock with hundreds more available and at the guaranteed lowest price.
Home Outlet is your home store.
Home Outlet, 100% employee owned.
Our bayous are staples of our Southern culture. They have been a source of food, transportation, recreations for generations. Our crews will continue hard working to clean the bayous and keep Terrebonne beautiful in the present and for the future.
Litter doesn't just look bad, it also impacts our drainage systems, ecosystems, and wildlife. Keeping our bayous clean means keeping our drains clean and preserving our wildlife and cultural heritage.
Our bayous are the heart and soul of our parish. That's why I'm proud to announce TPCG's Bayou Revival Campaign. Together, administration with Public Works and Solid Waste will be working to clear debris and litter out of our 5 main bayous. Together, we can move Terrebonne Parish forward. Lash Pala Patat.
Working together on a common goal improves neighborhoods, communities, and the parish as a whole.
You can do your part to support our Bayou Revival initiative
by volunteering at local cleanup events, disposing of trash properly, and encouraging your friends and family to take pride in our parish.
We have 30,000 people watching on Facebook, so we're going to get that audience back, and we're on YouTube. Keith Wysite is joining me. Y'all know Keith by now. Keith's been around for a long time. How you doing, Keith?
Doing well. Thanks, Martin.
All right. You got to see a good Saints game yesterday, huh?
Yes, I did. It's a beautiful new renovated Superdome, beautifully renovated press room, press box, and the locker room. And there was some renovations to the way the Saints played. Terrific view.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Good deal.
So thank you.
Glad you got to enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. So look, let's go to the map if we can. I know we're joining a lot of viewers again. I want to show you I overlaid the stick shot with some radar data. Very popular website. But I want to show you something. See how they called that center circulation a little left or west of the stick, right around this area? The center of circulation actually juts out a little further west. So what that tells me is that the more west that center of circulation goes, it makes it harder to make that hard turn and come further east. Now, will that play out? I don't know. I mean, only one person knows that. And he's not in the studio here. He's above the studio. But anyway, so we're going to watch this. But I still have somewhere around Vermilion or West St. Mary Parish on the stick. We're just going to have to see when that center of circulation forms. We're going to have a little better eye on it, but you can absolutely tell it's sort of moved out. Now, there's two different types of center of circulation. One's going to dominate the other. It's going to become one. It's going to create an eye wall, and it's going to become a hurricane. And that's just what everybody's thinking. It doesn't look, let me, want to go back and see something on my other, let's see something here. I want to see, yeah, it doesn't look like the dry air is doing anything. It's still pretty well organized when we're looking at this whole situation here. So, Jim, I try to get that other computer up too that we have. Let me see if, yeah, let's, and I want to get the first one I had up. I can't seem to get it. When we take a break, we'll get that other one up. But anyway, so Keith, we're going to be having a lot of St. Mary Parish people. Got Jimmy Broussard, Director of St. Mary Parish Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness coming on.
Right.
But so we'll try to get him on. Is he ready to go, Jay? All right.
I'm ready.
All right. Hey, how are you, sir? You doing okay?
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Good to see you, Jim.
Busy morning. Busy.
Oh, I bet. You know, as I look at the radar, Jimmy, I'm just looking at the fact that y'all are right in the crosshairs right there. Give me your latest information that you are seeing, and what's your read on the landfall?
Well, landfall that we're concerned with is Vermilion Bay itself, because if you turn Vermilion Bay upside down, it makes a funnel, and all of that water, the direction that it's coming, all the wind is pushing into Vermilion Bay, and it's going to keep pushing it up there and make the water go higher in our low-lying areas. So that's what we're really concerned about, especially Sitmo Point, areas along the coast, and all our industry that's down there also. St. Mary, Port of West St. Mary, carbon plant back there. And we have a few villages back there also that's going to be inundated. And we have to make them do a evacuation notice. St. Mary Parish, you know, also entails Sitmo Point. Sitmo Point State Park is going to be closing.
Is there any good scenario for you all with this storm?
If it goes further east, would be the best. We'd rather be on the west side of the storm, not on the east side.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, a Terrebonne or a Lafourche would be good. It's so hard when I broadcast to my viewing audience because there's St. Mary, Terrebonne, and Lafourche, and when we say rah rah for one parish, means we screwing over the other parish. So
that's correct.
Yeah, but everybody sort of takes care of their own home and tries to figure it out. So there's really no good scenario for anybody in the viewing area, is there?
No, it's not. But the main thing we worried about is the water, the inundation, the surge. I mean, we've been some storms already. This one's going to be comparable to a delta that we had, where it's like 5.5 feet, 7 feet at similar point. And that inundated all the roadways, the main roads going in. All the marsh grass gets on top of the roads. And then everybody's got to leave for these storms. You can't go down there and rescue people with the conditions that it is. You have to have road clearing equipment to get out there first. So everybody's got to take airboats to go check on everything. And that's going to be happening because some of the companies have airboat companies on standby just for that.
Let me ask you, the direction of this storm coming up, it's unusual for me to have covered a storm. I mean, we saw one early on in the year, but it went up into the Houston area and the Galveston area. We didn't have to deal with it, but this is unusual. We don't call many like this.
No, we don't, but we're looking at the speed, not the intensity of the storm, but the speed that it's moving. Hopefully it goes quick and just gets out of here. And that'll be the best thing for everybody down here, is just come and go. And don't linger around and keep dumping rain. Because we're already saturated. So any little bit of rain that we get and the winds are going to knock trees down. And then you go with the power outages. So that's always a headache.
Yeah, let me ask you a while back I was looking at the water vapor loop on the high end and the low end. High end, it just showed the high pressure boundaries, wasn't getting into the system too much, but on the lower images, it shows some dry air trying to get in there. But I think in the last couple of hours that sort of dissipated. This storm's trying to get its act together.
Our 4 o'clock forecast from the Weather Service, I'm sure they're looking into it also. And with the hurricane hunters that they fly in, they'll be able to get a more accurate picture of what it's going to develop into.
Yeah. What is the sense of your citizens out there? I know you're talking to a few people. What's after Ida? Is everybody like here in Terrebonne? They walk with a little daze whenever you hear the word hurricane.
Yeah, but they said they get rid of it. Don't bring it here and everything else. Nobody wants a hurricane. Nobody. But we have to deal with it when it comes. We got to worry about our children at schools and all that. Start closing schools that's coming out. So taking care of people is the most important thing to do.
Yeah. What's your day like today? You've been who have you been on the phone? I'm sure you've been around the gambit talking a little bit of everybody, right?
Oh yes, we have some senators that called Cassidy's office and our local representatives here. We're dealing with the parish council, the mayors, the police chiefs, fire chiefs, the hospitals. We're also dealing with our sister parishes and seeing what they're doing, because whatever we do affects them and whatever they do affects us if it's close by, you know. So all of that's a big gambit that we're working with. And the school board is doing their job. Main thing they're asking for right now is sandbags. Mm-hmm. And everybody's taking the garbage out their yards and putting it in the front, so that's building up the garbage problem and everything else.
All right, we got Keith wants to ask a question to you, sir.
Okay.
Do we have some sandbag locations or anything that we can report out for people that are asking those questions?
Yes, we do, Keith. Amelia under the LA 182 overpass. It's number one. Martin City has a place, but I don't know the exact location. Burke has a location. Patterson has sandbags. Franklin, the city, has sandbags. Baldwin said they had sandbags to start off with. And Parish government has Amelia under the bridge, like I said, Bayou Vista Barn, the Hanson Barn in Franklin, and they have a place in Glencoe also.
Wow, that is a large volume that allows for a lot of people to get their homes protected. So thank you very much for having the volume of sandbags that y'all have out there with those locations.
Oh, yes. Before the storm came, we had obtained sandbags by the bundles and put them out at each municipality. But we got a long coastline that stretches far. We have to deal with everything. So hopefully everybody gets what they need.
And Jimmy, we appreciate you joining us today, and sure keep us in the loop. We'll be in touch with you, and hopefully everything works out for everybody involved and it moves through quick. About the best we could hope for now, but thank you so much for what you do. We appreciate you.
Okay, and one more thing too. Our floodgates, Market City is closing. Bayou Shane's going to close. I guess you know that.
Yeah.
But all our local floodgates, Franklin Canal, Hanson Canal, all of that's going to be closing too. So just be aware of all of that.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it. Once again, Jimmy Broussard, Director, St. Mary Parish Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. We'll take a break. We have more guests coming up. I think next up is John Schaff, Public Information Officer for the Morgan City Police Department. So we'll be right back.
Since 1954, Terrebonne General has been a beacon of health and hope in our community. As we mark 7 decades of dedication to your well-being, Terrebonne General Health System remains committed to advancing healthcare, improving lives, and expanding our services to meet your evolving needs. In celebrating our past, we look forward to a future filled with promise and progress. Your health is our legacy. To discover more, visit tghealthsystem.com.
Billy's Best Brands Plus has all of your bedding, appliance, and electronic needs. Whether you're in the need of a new washer or dryer, refrigerator or stove, at Billy's we have a wide selection of HD TVs and home theater systems, plus the best bedding around. Come in and see our great selection today, only at Billy's Best Brands Plus. And let us deliver to you. Billy's Best Brands Plus, located at 5805 West Main Street in Houma.
My name is Joshua Van Buren. I've been a firefighter for 14 years. A firefighter is a person who answers the call. It can be a mother, a father, a son, a brother. I think it actually chose me, honestly. I really wanted to find something that not just be a job. I wanted to feel like I was serving my purpose. It's almost like you a superhero.
West Park Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secure climate-controlled storage. Our professional storage counselors are here to assist you with all your storage needs. We now offer after-hour access, and you can access your unit 7 days a week. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access. West Park Storage would like to thank you for 20 years of business. HTV, bringing you local news and sports for over 36 years. From tragic events to heartwarming stories from the community, sports from the regular season and into the playoffs. We were there each time COVID struck. And when Hurricane Ida devastated the area, HTV was there before and after the storm, bringing you live storm track updates and coverage of the aftermath. When other news outlets left, HTV was there, helping those in need. So for your news, stick with the ones you know, the ones that know you. Terrebonne Parish School District is now hiring bus drivers. A valid CDL is required. If you don't have a CDL, we will train you. You must be able to pass a medical health exam and a drug test. Salary range is $19,253 to $29,859. Benefits include free health insurance and retirement. Contact the TPSB Transportation Office at 985-876-7400.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Martin Falls with Keith Whiteside, and he's going to be sitting in with me this afternoon. Appreciate that. And we're joined now by John Schaff. Of course, he's the Public Information Officer for the Morgan City Police Department. And good to see you, sir. How are you today?
Good seeing you. How y'all doing? Thank you for having us.
Oh, anytime. Y'all are right in the the crosshairs of this storm coming in. And just give me your thoughts right now of what, I guess the frame of mind that's taking place in Morgan City, and what are y'all doing from a law enforcement standpoint to try to make sure everything is copacetic and ready to go?
Well, we're definitely in hurricane preparation mode today, preparing for the next 2 days on this weather event. We're expecting this to at least come in as a Category 1. Latest update has it coming up Vermilion Bay, which is going to place us on the east side of the storm. We're coordinating with our city. We do have a sandbag location that residents can go to on David Drive underneath US 90 Bridge, and they can go ahead and pack up their own sandbags if need be so. We have a good levee system around Morgan City, so we feel like we're pretty well prepared for this event. We're expecting a lot of rain. We want to remind our citizens, when you do have a lot of rain that comes in a short period of time, there is going to be some street flooding that occurs. So if we do shut down streets due to flooding, please don't go around our barricades, and don't drive on flooded roadways or at a high rate of speed that could push this water into people's houses.
Yeah, John, we appreciate that. You're all out there kind of talking with some of the people, getting a feel for their preparation. Are you seeing them being well prepared, much like y'all are for the storm?
Definitely. We see a lot of traffic on the roadways right now at our gas stations, at our local hardware stores, making sure that they're prepared. We want to make sure that if you're on any type of medical equipment that requires electricity, at least have a generator or make necessary preparations to make sure if the electricity does go out for a short period of time, that they have the proper accommodations to make sure that their equipment is running properly. We feel like we're pretty good and well prepared for this. We have a good city administration, and we have our own electrical department that is well prepared for this, and we feel like we're going to be okay through this event.
I heard some scuttlebutt there in the morning and had to remind people, they're talking about, well, we've rebuilt since Ida. A lot of people have new roofs. A lot of people have lost the trees. All those pine trees that were planted around this area there in Betsy, most of them fell down for Ida 65 years later, so they're gone. But the trees that still remain, I had to remind people with all the rainfall lately, those trees are very saturated. Telephone poles are in saturated areas because of the rainfall. So we're not out the woods when it comes to things falling at this point. Y'all deal with that quite a bit, trying to clear streets and all that.
Definitely. Over the past couple of weeks, we have seen a lot of rain that has our ground saturated right now. So that's going to be one thing as this wind comes through. I believe they're expecting up to 50 mile an hour wind gusts was the latest update, but they believe that may increase as the storm begins to shift eastward a little bit. But as far as the levee system, we're well protected by levees. We got a good drainage district that is able to get the water out. We just need to allow our pumps time to go ahead and catch up to the rainfall that's going to happen to get it out to the necessary place. Just make sure that they don't drive on flooded roadways, especially if you don't know the roadways, so you don't end up in a ditch or anything like that to where you got to be rescued.
Yeah, we want to take this time to thank, all the crew that you are working and that your department's working. How many do y'all have out at a given time? And are y'all on a double shift, or is it business as normal right now?
Right now, as we watch the track, everything's business as normal. If it comes to where this thing's going to shift more easterly, we will go to double shifts if necessary, but we're going to take the necessary arrangements and to make sure that Morgan City is protected.
We appreciate it very, very much. Know all the hard work that you guys do. If in fact there becomes a need for a shelter, where can people reach out to find out that information in your area?
That would be with GOSEP or Jimmy Broussard with Homeland Security. As of now, we have no mandatory evacuations in Morgan City, so we're not going to have a shelter, as of my knowledge, set up now. But I believe that the Homeland Security and the parish has a contract with parishes up north above I-10 if a shelter is necessary.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you joining us. We wish you all luck. We got to keep our fingers crossed on this one. I hope it doesn't really increase in intensity. Hopefully, we know we're going to get probably a cat 1 at minimum. We just hope it doesn't turn into a cat 2. But thank you so much for the work you do and all your department.
And definitely enjoy you having us, and we look forward to being on with y'all again. But we do feel like we're well prepared for this. But stay up to date on our Facebook page for the latest information. As things announced, that's where we'll release most of the information at, so that our citizens will know where to go and how to react as this event starts to come through.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We'll take a short break here. As we continue, we're going to have Carlo Gagliano, Community Relations Supervisor and Business Development Coordinator of Acadian Ambulance Service, coming up, because that's a different aspect of these storms. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
We're here once again in Cocodrie, reporting to you for Tri-Parish News.
For over 40 years, I, along with my team, have had the distinct pleasure of archiving special events and special people in our area. When I was a young reporter, I never realized how important those seemingly routine interviews would become. And as we have made our journey through the television industry, the most important memories to us have been captured through the lens of a camera and a microphone. We just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of those who have given us our start and continue to support us 40 years into our great journey. When you signed on back then and still today, you are helping preserve the precious moments that will be archived for future generations. It's been a joy, and we thank you here at HTV. HTV, preserving the past and moving into the future.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South is celebrating 40 years of delivering health care to our patients and communities. Founded by Dr. Craig Walker in 1983 and guided by a mission to provide the highest quality cardiovascular care available, CIS has pioneered hundreds of firsts to improve outcomes for cardiovascular diseases. Through new technology, virtual care, outpatient procedures, and national growth, CIS is improving lives and leading the way for advanced care and innovation.
For years, the Cajun Meat Market has been the premier place to handle all of your meat market needs. And we don't stop there. We serve breakfast, lunch, and provide home-cooked family meals. All of our specialty meats are made from scratch by our butcher. Bring us your game meat and we'll do the rest. If it's a gift basket you need, you've made the right choice. We cater the basket to whatever you want. See why so many count on Cajun Meat Market on Mystic Boulevard in Houma for all of your food service meats. Cajun Meat Market, where you can't beat Cajun meat.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we know the importance of working together as a team.
We're always here for you when you need a loan. By the way, here's that crawfish powder you needed. You can borrow it anytime.
So whether it's business or personal banking, we do it all. Visit our locations to find out how we can support your financial needs.
Good luck with the restaurant.
Thank you. And tell your mama thanks for the recipe. Her secret's safe with me.
I will.
South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Hi, I'm Martin False, the owner of HTV, and I just wanted to thank my team because each and every day we come in not always looking for the negative stories. We look for the positive stories. We have so many positive people and events that shape our area. So when you're tired of all the bad things happening in the world, tune into HTV for a little positive attitude. Thanks for viewing, and thanks to a great staff.
Hello, and thank you again for joining us here as we're following storm coverage here of the most recent storm that we have anticipated to become a hurricane as we're following Francine. Keith Whiteside here, your host. Very glad to be joining the team here at HTV and Martin Falls. As you can see, there is imagery of what the storm looks like. We've got the stick up because that's what we've been anticipating. If you can tell, right there in the center by the stick, there's a couple of different areas. They do not have an identified eye right now. They're showing two different central points that they feel like is going to come together. That is going to make a huge impact. We're still seeing some movement over to the west, so we're following that. But speaking of movement, all of us are, I know, experiencing some responses to having another storm. We were fortunate enough last year to not have anything come near us. Just a few weeks ago, we had something that headed out towards Houston, but now it's the first time, and I know all of us that have dealt with Hurricane Ida and dealt with a major storm are dealing with the emotions that come with that. You know, just the thought process of, am I going to stay? Am I going to leave? If I do stay, do I have enough gas and go and get that? Will my generator hold up? Some of the questions for those of us that had replaced homes are, oh no, what are we going to do if this is a little stronger than we thought? Is our new roof going to hold like it's supposed to? Are our shutters going to work the way that they're supposed to? And I know that we have a large number of people in our viewing area that also have some of those things that are not complete yet. Some of those things are not finished. And again, you're seeing imagery here on the screen of what we're anticipating with this tropical storm, which we anticipate to become Hurricane Francis. Hurricane Francis is anticipated to come towards Vermilion Bay. And we in the Terrebonne area and Lafourche area are going to be on the east side of that, and the St. Mary area are going to be more in line with that eye wall as we know it now. But again, Martin mentioned earlier that it's very important for us to realize that this very well may continue to move to the west, which will change the trajectory and the direction of the storm, and it may move off of the stick some, but we're continuing to do that. Jay, go ahead and say that again. All right, and now I'm to understand we've got one of the gentlemen we've been hoping for, Carlo Cagliano, who is with Acadian Ambulance, of course, Community Relations Supervisor and Business Development Coordinator. Carlo, thank you for joining us.
Oh, we're proud to be here.
We appreciate
communicate with citizens.
Absolutely. Tell us where things stand for you guys as it relates to people in the preparation that y'all are wanting them to know from your perspective with Acadian.
Okay, at Acadian Ambulance, we have started our instant command center in Lafayette to prep for any type of evacuation we may have to assist in communities that we serve. First, we send out emails to our employees that may have to stay to go ahead and start prepping their homes and their families, pets, and things of that such, food, water, and just preparation of a possibility of long hours that first responders have to do as a part of their service to the community.
Well, Carlo, one of the things that for me, especially working in home health and hospice, one of the things that we know is very, very important is trying to figure out if in fact people need to be transported or moved, and if so, at what level is needed. For example, do we need a paratransport or do we need Acadian to be able to do that? Let's talk a little bit about the coordination of that prior to a storm.
Well, over the weekend, knowing that the storm was possibility of developing into something possible serious, it's my job. I sent out notifications to all my hospice agencies and nursing home partners and hospital partners and communicate early with them of the possibility. They have forms that I give them to them to fill out with any information that patients that may need to go by stretcher, wheelchair van, and so on and so forth. And in the past, this isn't the first storm we've been through. So fortunately, we have a tenure of administrators and people in those positions, and so they prepping by getting that information to me. So we have an idea if someone needs to evacuate, we are prepared to get the resources into the region to evacuate those patients.
Is there any information that we want to give out to the public kind of to let them know? For example, we're expecting that by evening time on Wednesday and or into the early morning and the daytime hours on Thursday, is there anything we want to let our viewing area know of what you will or will not be able to do in those times?
Well, with this storm being fast moving, we do have reps in all the EOCs and by your region. So just to the public, just stay up to date, up tuned with y'all, HTV, radio, EOCs, information. For anything that's going to be done now, and as far as evacuation, then it's got to be done soon. Due to the speed of the storm and the short notice of the storm developing, I'm sure they heard from other public officials and all. Get your medication, make sure you have enough medication, water, food, if you do stay, and be prepared for possible electricity outage. And if you need oxygen, contact your home health agencies, hospice agencies, and whoever else may be able to help you with that oxygen, in case it is, scarce of obtaining that during the storm and after. But this window is closing soon, so that's why we're in touch with our hospital and nursing home and hospice agencies if any decisions made to do it pretty soon.
Yeah, and just to echo your point, I can tell you both in home health and hospice, we're talking about 2 weeks supply of everything. 2 weeks supply of your medication. Make sure you have enough oxygen to be able and have enough e-tanks to be able to last you, so that we are not trying to scramble to get those things to you. 2 weeks of supplies as well. That ought to be able to take us through. Carla, any final thoughts you'd like to share with the public and our area from Acadian and all the hard work that you guys do? And we're very, very thankful for it.
Just stay safe. Hope the best for everyone, and we're here to serve and here for our community. And hopefully, it's not as bad as what they say it maybe grew up to be. So, wish for the best in this, and we're here to serve. So,
very good.
We will stand by.
Very good. Carlo, we thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate it. We'll ride the storm with you. If there's something we can do for you here at HTV, you let us know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Carlo.
Carlo.
All right. We appreciate that. We're very glad to have Martin Falls back on the desk with us. And that was Carlo with the Acadian Ambulance, sharing some updates about what we need to do in preparation and making sure everybody's got 2 weeks of stuff to do.
Let me ask you something. We are waiting on Tony Alford to come in. He's got some pretty much the green light because it's a named storm to do some work. He'll talk about that, but I think you probably address people being anxious. We're starting to get phone calls and people are getting a little testy, and we're trying to just, it's probably a natural thing to feel this way, but it's not a natural thing to vent more than you're supposed to.
Right. We don't want to exaggerate things or over-exaggerate. We want to know, people need to know it's okay. But we have this anticipatory stress is what it's called. We're anticipating that things may be worse than they really are. The good news is we're very well prepared. We've had such great work done in our levee system, such great work done in our systems to be able to get rid of water and all of those pump stations. So we're at a good point. We just need to relax, and we're going to ride this out together and take care of each other as we go.
Good advice. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. A lot more right here on our continuing coverage. Don't forget, a lot of you are watching us on Facebook. We're getting comments all the way from Lafayette. A lot of people have moved. They're watching us. But let your loved ones know they can catch us on the HTV app, on smart TVs and all that. So we got a way to reach out to everybody. We'll be right back.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
So many in our communities are still rebuilding their homes from Hurricanes Laura and Ida, and even more since the recent severe weather damage. The Disaster Justice Network is a nonprofit initiative committed to arming Louisiana residents with the information they need to make sure their homes are rebuilt correctly and to have the tools to do it. Visit www.disasterjusticenetwork.org or scan this QR code for more information.
Caring for others is in your nature. It's in ours too. At Terrebonne General, we believe in nurturing both our patients and employees. With low nurse-to-patient ratios, we empower you to provide your best to our patients. We invest in you with retention incentives. We are currently looking for registered nurses and radiology technologists to join our team and grow with us. Your future is here at Terrebonne General Health System, where leading medical science meets the art of caring.
Stations and cable systems of your area. Emergency alert system equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, such as a tornado, flood, evacuation, toxic release, or any emergency that you, the public, should be timely alerted, official messages would have followed the alert tone. This station serves as a vital part of the Louisiana State Emergency Alert System. This concludes this test of the Emergency Alert System.
All right, we got it. Well, I can't talk. We got the EAS going on.
Right.
But it might only be blocking. It's not blocking us on Facebook, huh? Everything? Okay. All right, so we were blocked by the EAS alert. So not sure what you heard or what you didn't hear, but we were just basically talking about if you live in a trailer, that call somebody who lives in a stronger structure and spend a day or so with them. And, you know, hey, this is a great time to repair relationships too.
That's exactly right. Take this as the opportunity that you have to call somebody that maybe you need some recovery with and use it as storm recovery. Build your relationship with them and be in a place that's safe for you and your family.
Yeah, because when you're stuck in a house with somebody, you can't go anywhere. You got to find a way to talk.
You got to find a way to communicate. That's exactly right.
All the wives at home will go, does he really have to bring that up?
Do I have to talk to you again?
All right, we got somebody on the phone. Hello, how are you today?
Hey, the boy down here. It's bad in Levee.
Yeah, I'm on the phone right now with you. Who am I speaking with?
It's the boy.
All right, you in Leeville?
Yeah. The water's getting tall down here, getting bad.
Yeah. Jay, you got the Grand Isle camera up? That's about the closest we have down that area.
Man, it's bad. And they got so much traffic down here. It's pretty God.
Yeah. You find a lot of people. Well, we got a lot of people in that highway. Jay, can you zoom in on LA1? And it give us a little time if you watch it. Don't get the vertigo. There you go. We got just probably a normal traffic and all that back and forth, but I think tomorrow they'll probably see a little more congestion. But so you got a lot of traffic in Leeville?
Oh, Lord, yeah. They're moving them campers around there.
More than normal?
You saw the water.
You got more campers moving than normal?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they probably heeding the warning.
Yeah. It's time to get out. Time to go.
Yeah.
Head north.
Gotcha. So how many hurricanes have you been through?
Oh, my God. Ida was like Katrina on crack.
Oh, you're right. That is absolutely correct, because people still ask me today. I've been covering storms since '85, and the worst storm I've ever seen come through this area is Ida. Period.
You know, they said that was the category 4, but that was a 5.
That was a 5 all day long.
We agree with you.
If they could have made it a 6 in your neck of the woods, it would have been a 6.
We couldn't measure the winds anymore. They got blown off.
Yeah, I mean, it was you had 230-mile-an-hour winds on boats all along. We have better instruments than anybody I know. They were measuring 238, somewhere around there. Well, all right, there. I appreciate you calling, and stay safe, okay?
Okay, we're going to stay safe, and thank y'all.
Thank you. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye. All right, Jay, you said we have the sheriff? Yeah, St. Mary Parish Sheriff. That's David Spencer, and he's going to be joining us. Is he hooked up already, Jay, or are we waiting?
The sheriff.
Oh, the sheriff, okay.
Yeah, not the PIO.
Oh, we got the sheriff, okay. I'm sorry, Jay, I'm having trouble hearing you on my IB. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, get connected to the sheriff. Don't go away.
Located at 5004 Imperial Drive in Houma, April and Iris is a must-see for those looking for exquisite home decor and gifts. Owned by April Boudreau, along with her talented design team, there is no lack of detail to enhance your shopping experience. April and Iris has all your decor needs.
Come in today and let us help you complete your design vision. It's what we do.
April and Iris, Homa's newest home interior and gift store, where decor and inspiration meet and fulfill all your design needs.
Sea Level Construction is a heavy civil contractor that provides turnkey services for the industrial and marine industries. From building large-scale infrastructure to installing the foundation for expansion projects, Sea Level and its family of companies offer a wide range of capabilities including driven piles, drill deep foundations, structural fabrication, structural concrete, marine construction, barge maintenance and repair, site work development, heavy equipment repair services, and electrical services. Call Sea Level Construction to set the foundations for your next big project.
Whether it's directions for out-of-towners or coffee for morning people, the Civic Stop has what you're looking for. From propane, air pump, 24-hour pay at the pump, and Speed Pass. We accept Fuel Man and also have an ATM on site. Fishermen stop here for bait and ice specials with a fill-up. Stop in for a free 6-ounce cup of coffee till 8 a.m. And don't forget about Subway. Not only do we serve great Subway sandwiches, but breakfast too. So stop in and see the difference with friendly and helpful employees at the Civic Stop, 3040 Barrow Street next to the Civic Center in Houma.
Do you or a loved one need help dealing with opioid use? There is help nearby. Go to opioidhelpla.org. There you will find medication and outpatient therapy nearby. Telehealth may be available. Uninsured or on Medicaid, there's help. You can be prescribed medication like Suboxone in an office-based opioid treatment site. You keep your job. You work toward a healthy lifestyle, and we help you recover. Opioidhelpla.org. Help is closer than you think.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Z530M mower. Not because of its superior comfort, or because of its precise cut. Not even because of how fast it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Because fresh cut grass smells a whole lot better in real life.
My name is Cameron Quigley, and I've been a fireman for 11 years. Firefighter to me is a public servant who protects and serves the parish or city. So what I love about being a fireman is the brotherhood, the family, the adrenaline rush, having to wake up in the middle of the night, run a call, and help somebody that I have no idea who it is. And we're just doing what we have to do to help and serve everybody.
All right, welcome back as we continue to cover Francine. And I showed you before, it looks like it's starting to get itself together and it's trying to watch the last frames of this. See it? It's all pulling together, trying to get those bands together. So it's we've seen this transformation right before our eyes. Joining us now, the Sheriff of Morgan City, Gary Driscoll. How you doing, Sheriff?
I'm doing good, and you?
Good, not too bad. I know you've been pretty busy. You're watching this thing as it, I think when we see the 4 o'clock advisory, it's going to be close to a hurricane, if not maybe the later one. But as you're watching it, what are some of the things you're doing to prepare your troops to go into action and also the community?
Oh yeah, it's definitely all hands on deck now. We're getting equipment together, making sure we have plenty of gas, food, water, the high water vehicles, things of that nature, getting it all ready just in case.
You know, this is just so unusual to cover. And we were covering the one right off the first storm we had in the Gulf was taking that route, but it stayed on that route. It hugged the coastline, went into Galveston. But it's so, I'm not going to use the word weird. It's unusual to cover these approaching at these angles. We're so used to them coming up the other way, but this is a little different. Almost feel dyslexic right now.
Yes, it does. But, we're keeping a close eye on it. Of course, we have some low-lying areas that we're worried about. Burns Point, Sycamore Point, with the storm surge, we're checking all that as more information comes in.
Yeah, and, we had representatives from St. Mary on before. That funnel effect that y'all get in your waters over there. We all know when water moves through a funnel, it increases intensity when it narrows down. So I know y'all are watching that pretty closely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Without a doubt.
All right, Keith?
Yeah. Sheriff, one of the things I know is always really concerning. I want to make sure that the kids are safe. I want to make sure that the families are safe. The schools are going to be closed in St. Mary Parish on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Is that correct?
Yes, they're closing tomorrow and Wednesday, and they're going to be checking for Thursday.
Okay.
I'm sure they will be.
Right. Right. And again, keeping everybody safe is certainly highmost importance on everybody's list. What are some of the things you want to let the public know about what they can do to stay safe throughout this hurricane?
One, keep track of all the weather. Keep informed, heed the warnings, stay inside. If you don't evacuate, just be safe, be smart.
Yeah. How many crews do you have working right now? Do you anticipate just a double up on them, or are you trying to keep everything as normal as possible? What's your procedure?
Well, we're going to try to keep it as normal as possible, but as the days go on and it intensifies and we see what's going on, we'll add more crews to the shifts.
Yeah. And what's your normal wind allowance for cars to stay on normally unless it's an utter emergency? Is it still around 30 or 35 miles per hour?
Yes, about 35 miles an hour.
Okay. Keith, I'll let you close if you don't.
Yeah. And so, Sheriff, one of those things, we appreciate all the hard work that you and your team do and in your preparations. We certainly want to make sure we keep those communication lines open. I love the recommendation for letting people know to just try to stay informed. And one of the things we're trying to do on our end is help keep people relaxed, help them to stay focused. Have you found that there's been some uneasiness of some of the people y'all have been talking with or dealing with?
A little bit, but anytime you have a storm like this, it's always a nervous factor. But I think if you're informed and you listen to everyone that's the experts on this, you'll be fine.
Yeah. All right, Sheriff. We certainly appreciate you joining us. And right now we got all eyes on St. Mary Parish because y'all the first line of sight when it comes to this particular storm. And no good scenario, but we appreciate the fact that y'all are getting people ready and keeping them focused. So we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Sheriff.
All right, we'll take a
Have
break.
a great day.
Yep, y'all too. We're going to have a lot more. We got Mike Palmer coming on at 2 p.m. We're waiting on Tony Alfred to come in. He's going to give us some updates on, they just got some permissions to do certain things with levees. I know they're moving dirt right now to try to shore up some areas. So when we get him on, he's in a meeting at EOC. He'll join us. We'll try to get the parish president back here, and we'll just try to keep you informed. We'll be right back.
Billy's Best Brands Plus has all of your bedding, appliance, and electronic needs. Whether you're in the need of a new washer or dryer, refrigerator or stove, at Billy's we have a wide selection of HD TVs and home theater systems, plus the best bedding around. Come in and see our great selection today, only at Billy's Best Brands Plus. And let us deliver to you. Billy's Best Brands Plus, located at 5805 West Main Street in Houma.
Do you or a loved one need help dealing with opioid use? There is help nearby. Go to opioidhelpla.org. There you will find medication and outpatient therapy nearby. Telehealth may be available. Uninsured or on Medicaid, there's help. You can be prescribed medication like Suboxone in an office-based opioid treatment site. You keep your job. You work toward a healthy lifestyle, and we help you recover. Opioidhelpla.org. Help is closer than you think.
Get your back to the school specials going on now at AJ Doman Chevrolet, where you get the all-new tracks starting at $21,595. Need a truck? We got you covered. We got the Crew Cab Silverado custom trim level with $8,500 off of MSRP with your qualified trade. It's all happening at AJ Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick, where we say yes when others say no.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Terrebonne Parish School District is seeking individuals for the following maintenance positions: licensed plumber, electrician, carpenter, HVAC techs with chiller experience, HVAC techs with general experience. These positions have great work environment, excellent benefits, retirement, and insurance. Apply online at tpsd.org. Terrebonne Parish School District, a great place to work.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offered team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
Leg pain, swelling, or ulcers can be signs of vascular disease in the legs. This lack of blood flow can lead to amputation if not treated. Varicose or spider veins may also be signs of venous disease and are more than just a cosmetic problem. Trust the most advanced team of leg pain specialists at Cardiovascular Institute of the South to reopen blockages in the legs and offer minimally invasive in-clinic vein treatments. If you experience leg pain, swelling, or have visible veins, schedule an appointment with us today at cardio.com.
All right, welcome back. Martin Falls, Keith Wysite. We got Chief Mike Palmer. He is on board now, Chief of Fire Prevention at Bayou Cane Fire Protection District. Now watch, before we get to the chief, I want to go to the satellite shot. Watch the last frame. Watch the little lighted up area that comes in there. Keep watching. Right there. There's an eye starting to form. So, at least a visible eye. I mean, they're center of circulation, but I think we're going to start seeing something, and hopefully it'll become more visible so we can track it a little better, but that's just my opinion. All right, school board information real quick. We got this from Leonard Falls, the PIO of Terrebonne Parish School District. Due to potential for impactful weather conditions from tropical storm or Hurricane Francine, schools and offices will be closed on Wednesday, September 11th and Thursday, September 12th. It's in Terrebonne Parish, and they thanked everyone for the understanding, and they will keep informed everyone as soon as this impact is over with. So Wednesday and Thursday, no school, Keith.
Wednesday and Thursday.
You remember those days, no school?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
You were happy?
I was. Mom and Dad weren't.
Yeah, you're right.
But I was.
No parents have a hat.
That's exactly right. Hurricane Day.
Yeah. Chief Palmer, how are you doing?
All right. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You know, I've often said it. I was talking about it earlier. The fire departments do so much in times of storms. And, you know, we always think of you guys just putting out fires. Y'all do so much more than put out fires. And this is a prime example.
Correct. And we've been prepping all day. Starting Wednesday, we're going to hurricane mode, and we'll have extra staff at every station. Every station's capable of housing multiple crews, so we'll be fully staffed Wednesday and Thursday for whatever comes.
You know, when we talk about generators, and we talk about people backfeeding the line sometimes, and it hits the circuitry and it hits the transformers, and it can electrocute, you know, people. There you go. Do not place inside of any structure. Do not place near open windows. Do not use in wet conditions. Do not refuel in hot. Do not use a wall outlet because it backfeeds. But do y'all get a lot of calls during storms of actual generator fires?
Yes, we had one generator fire from Ida, which was simply refueling. He didn't wait for it to cool down, spilled over, and caught his patio and his house on fire.
Wow.
So that actual picture right there is from candles. So we added that. That's from Ida to remind everyone, don't use flame candles. They sell LED candles and lights in every store now. They're battery powered, so they're safe. But that was strictly they fell asleep with candles on and their house is gone.
Can I laugh and chuckle just for a second? Because I have a good friend. And Joe Waits will know this because we paid a little visit to him. who had his first date and used battery-operated candles. And we gave him the worst time. But in this instance, in a hurricane, it's okay to use battery-operated candles.
Safety before romance.
You remember when Nash was around and all that? Yeah, he's going to kill him. When Nash was around, we all used candles.
That's right.
That's all we had.
That's right.
That's it.
We didn't have these safer LED lights.
Yeah, but now, or kerosene lamps. I guess that's pretty hazardous too. If you think about it, if the thing breaks or falls, that could cause a lot of fires too. But what do y'all actually just drive around and stuff? Because every time I used to ride during a storm, but when I was in the field and Lonnie was on the desk and I was riding around, everywhere I went, I saw fire departments or volunteer fire departments. It seems like y'all are programmed for this kind of stuff.
Right. So the fire departments need the roads cleared. So we are very eager to get the roads cleared as soon as possible. We carry chainsaws on every truck. So it's just normal thing for us to be out clearing the road, cutting trees, moving things out the way, because if we can't access the roads to get to a problem, it just makes the problem worse.
Do we know how many fire personnel we have? And I know you would know Terrebonne, maybe not Lafourche, but do we know how many we have total?
Terrebonne, no. Between volunteers and most of the departments now are combination volunteer and paid. We're strictly paid. With the addition of our EMS staff and the ambulances, we run about 50 people at Bayou Cane.
And that's right there by Bayou Cane, 50 there by Bayou Cane.
Right.
Imagine what the volume is like. And again, they're always present. You see them wherever you are. And they're doing things. They're not putting out fires. They're not, helping people recover from some situation or emergency. They're preparing to make sure that people can get through on the streets, cutting trees. And
you mentioned generators. We spent countless hours after Ida with carbon monoxide in people's homes. So you can't stress it enough. Keep the generators away from that generator right there was on a patio in an apartment complex.
Wow.
They all called in sick. They all went to the hospital with carbon monoxide poisoning. So you can't stress it enough that, yes, we know you want power, but it has to be safe. That was a wiring situation that they did. Please be safe with all the generators. Get a carbon monoxide alarm if you can for your home. They run about $20 at Home Depot, and it's one of the safest things you can do.
I bet it makes you cringe when you walk in. You probably look around my building. I used to see, but Jerry Gotro implanted that in my head so many times way in the past, that when you see so many things plugged into one little four-way split or six-way splitter, that's not always a good thing, is it?
Yeah, aside from kitchen fires, overheated wiring is probably number 2 for structure fires.
And y'all pretty much are trained to do more than fires. That's the point I'm trying to get at. Y'all do first response. Y'all do a lot of different
we
things.
transport now. Bayou Cane transport to the hospital. We double staffed all the ambulances too, so we're ready to go.
Both paratransportation and a ambulance.
Yes.
All right.
Again, right here in our backyard by Bayou Cane.
Yeah. Chief, good to see you, and stay safe. And we appreciate you coming on and giving us some great information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, there you have it, Chief Mike Palmer. We'll take a break. We'll be back. I got a ton of sandbag locations, and we'll give you that information right around the break.
We're Rev Business, a local provider with nearly 90 years of experience. So when it comes to business in Louisiana, we know that personalized service is key. And we're here to go the extra mile with all fiber solutions that deliver what every business needs: reliability and quality. We're not just providers. We're the local team dedicated to helping you succeed. True partnerships are homegrown. Rev Business, internet, phone, managed services. Visit us at letsrev.biz.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your local GMC dealer.
When it comes to marine towing, Crosby Tugs has over 40 years of experience. We have the know-how to safely assist ships into and out of their berths, escort oil tankers quickly and safely, tow ships, respond to fuel spills, and work in extreme conditions. Founded in 1977 by Vinton and Kurt Crosby, we are one of the largest privately owned marine transportation businesses in the industry. If it's on the water, let Crosby be your transporter.
1 million customers a week can't be wrong. Welcome to Rouse's.
Rouse's Markets has USDA prime beef T-bone steaks for $9.99 a pound. Save $10 a pound. A 5-pound bag of Rouse's red or gold potatoes is $2.97. Save $2.02. USDA Grade A Sanderson Farms boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.97 a pound. Save $2.02 a pound. And selected Fiora towels and bath tissues are buy one, get one free. Save $7.99.
Thank you for choosing us best grocery store on the Gulf Coast.
All right, welcome back. We appreciate it. And is helter-skelter a good word during the breaks?
Yes. Yeah, people never really realize. It's almost like one of those things, you see the duck above the water.
Yeah.
The duck looks really, really calm, but if you look underneath, he's paddling. That's what happens on breaks for us. You just have no idea. There's 5 people running around like crazy trying to make sure that you get the right information from us here at HTV when we come back live.
So if anybody hears any mistakes on audio, so what?
That's why.
All right.
Forgive us.
Here's let's see,
Sandbag locations.
stations, Grand Caillou Fire Station, Mechanicville Gym, Upper Dularge Fire Station, Bayou Black Fire Station, Civic Center, Adult Softball Complex, Knights of Columbus Hall. Not sure which one that is. There's a bunch of Montague Fire Station, St. Anne Church, Ward 7, Village East Fire, Canadas West, Donner Community Center, Devin Keller Memorial Center, Public Works North Campus, Gibson East Fire, West Terrebonne Fire, and
Knights of Columbus Hall is down in Chauvin.
oh, is that on there? Okay, I was reading off the tape. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, so Terrebonne Levee and Conservation District will close the following floodgates and locks today and tomorrow: Grand Bayou, Bayou Grand, Caillou, Pointe-aux-Chenes, Lower Delarge, HNC, Cocodrie, and Falgout Canal. All right, got that. So remember, I gave you the press release about Terrebonne Parish schools closed Wednesday and Thursday. And they will let you know further when we get more information on when they will reopen.
And just to tell you, Martin, how things are kind of ramping up, helter-skelter is a good word. There were only 2 posted sandbag locations 4 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
So at 10:13 this morning, there were 2 locations. Now we have these volumes of locations. And it echoes what we were talking about with the chief, about people really making effort to make it easier for those people that need sandbags. We got all these locations.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I know once we get out of the meeting afternoon, we have 212. I expect to hear from the parish president of Terrebonne. We'll check in with Archie Chesson a little later. It's going to be one of those situations where we're going to get you as prepared as we can. At one point tonight, we're going to shut it down. The crew's going to get some rest. We're going to come back in the morning. I'll be on from about 8 to 9:30 tomorrow morning, re-emphasizing a few things. Then probably, I would say about mid-afternoon tomorrow, wall to wall. So we're going to bring it through until we feel like we're completely safe here, but somebody won't be safe. That's obvious.
That is correct. somebody's going to get hit with a Cat 1, maybe a Cat 2 hurricane, and there are going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be a lot of people without electricity. There's going to be some water. Hopefully, we're really good about some of that flooding water. But again, like everybody from emergency personnel is telling you, all these information officers, sheriffs, the chief of police, fire chief, make sure that you heed the warnings, because it's those people that are trying to drive through water, those people that are trying to get out when we may have flood waters. That's when things get very difficult. That's the greatest loss of life during these systems.
Yeah, let me see if I can switch. I want to, let me go to that other. I want to see if that's center circulation.
Don't think you see it as well on this one.
No.
But you see those two right there.
Yeah, because I moved, this one doesn't match.
Okay, because we had to move it a little bit. Okay.
See if you can lose that number for a second, please. And do we have, let me turn this off at the top so it'll allow me to.
And again, while Martin is doing that, one of those things you need to realize is that Martin and Jason do a very good job of being able to show you visually everything that's happening in so many different aspects. We always have multiple views about how we can see this storm, some of the wind vapor, some of the different graphs. And so it's always nice for people to be able to see it in different venues like
thinking
this.
The center of circulation is right here. Let me put a circle around it. Let me go back and get that icon where I can do that. Let me watch it here real quick. Okay, let me move it because it's oh, come on, cursor, there we go. Let me take that one off and redeploy. So I'm gonna watch it real. Give me some eyes too, Keith, because
okay,
your eyes are a little bit younger than mine.
Yeah, I don't think they're much better. There you go, right there to your
right.
Yep, right below that, right there.
Yeah, right. Let me see if that's where.
See if it closes out right there.
It's somewhere right around there.
Yeah.
So that's where they have it. We just put it somewhere.
Yeah,
there.
big wide spot. There you go.
All right. So now, here's what I'm seeing though. It's still moving.
It's still moving northwest.
Yeah.
It's not moving north. It's not going due north like we kind of thought it might be at this point.
Well, yeah, we've been saying all morning it's never taken that trajectory. Let's see. I'm gonna move it back where the center of circulation. Okay, right there. There's the center of circulation. So let me go back to this. Let me put an arrow in it. I'm gonna track.
Okay.
Just let's see. Let me track the direction.
And again, it's so very difficult because there's no really true eye yet. It's kind of hard to see where that path is, but we can still see it.
It's not northwest anymore. It's more north.
Oh, okay. So it is trajecting a little more north here, just 2:18 this afternoon, trying to see that it is starting to make that northward turn, as everybody's kind of told us it would. Okay.
So I think it's definitely starting. We got the mayor of Grand Isle on the phone, David Carmondale. Mayor, how are you today, sir?
Oh, we put it together. We finally got a policy evacuation. Probably tomorrow we have a mandatory, but we got a mandatory on trailers and boats to come in. A lot of people come and get their campers and boats while the weather's still there.
Yeah, we had somebody from Levee call us that said they had a mass exodus of trailers out of Grand Isle, so we sort of figured as much. But we're looking at your shot with our new camera that you helped us, and you always helpful in allowing us to get some pretty good shots of Grand Isle. So tell me what's going on. Are you nervous at this point, or you've been through so many you're beyond that?
Well, believe it or not, I got a couple of shrimpers. I told them I'm bringing my skiff. Y'all follow me. They all want to. We got a few of us will be bringing it through the locks and take care of our boats up in Galliana. But we're gonna try to cross the lake, But some of the shrimp boats are still unloading shrimp and all that to get them out. So, but it's that's just coming together. Just I'm more worried about water. The surge of water when the front goes in the Gulf like that and stirs up with a little disturbance. Get ready. Mother Nature's coming.
Yeah, we're looking at some clouds forming in the background. But how are you with
Have you been able to do any more rock projects since we last talked?
No, we like I said, we went through that rain maker, we was pumping out and then it was nothing to do with high tides. People said, man, there's a high tide. I said, no, this ain't nothing to do with high tides. Everybody had rain. Water in the yards, so we had to put pumps in different areas. We turtle back in some places when it rains, everybody gets wet, so.
Yeah.
Our guys can't go no more. But anyway, we got everything ready to go again and, work with the parish officials and work with Jeff's team with GoSep and we're all working together. So just asking people to come get what they got to get, because I just worried about the high tide that's going to be coming in this thing,
Yeah, no doubt. What are you hearing? You've been pretty good at I like to get everybody's take on it. We can see obvious center circulation on our radar. It looks like it's trying to pull itself tighter. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, exactly. So the conference was with GoSep and set up with the parish, Jefferson Parish, and getting a little tighter. And like I said, early, when a front comes in September, early like that, and you got any little disturbance in the go, get ready. They're going to beat each other and they're going to come in pretty tough. So we we're just about ready for it. We would do all we could do. I couldn't pull the trigger, put some levees together real quick because it creeps out from us that way. So we just hopefully our people be safe. Just ask them to come and get their stuff. All the people that love Grand Isle, and now's the time to get it out. And like I said, we get this over with so y'all can come back. But right now, I just want to make sure that the residents they know what to do, and we'll be getting out, get the rest of them out of here tomorrow.
Right.
Hey, Mayor, it's Keith Whiteside. Thanks for joining us as always. Again, we want to make sure we echo that if you've got something that is mobile, you want to come and get it, whether it's your boat or your camper, come and get that and kind of fortify your home. We know that you guys spent a lot of time these last few days just trying to get the water out of the yards. That's probably going to be the focus there after here with the storm, huh? Trying to get water off of the yards and out of the island.
Yeah, and then, there's going to be combined of high tides coming in. They're talking about 4 to 7, maybe up to 10. So that's gonna come on the backside of the island. And good thing about it, guys, it looks like it's moving pretty quick. You don't want it to slow down, but you never know what Mother Nature's going to do. So we have to pull the pumps out, and we got them in high grounds. When we do the rainmaker, we can leave them out there. I'm talking about some portable pumps. Our big pumps, we got one of them right now. Like I said, we got 19 pumps all together when something like that comes up. But when it comes to storm layer, we kind of pull them out. But the stationary ones, they're there on platform. So it's just it's something a little different all the time. But again, like I said, I'm more worried about the surge than anything.
Yeah. Well, what are you thinking? And I know if it's on its current path and that holds, because it looks like. Now, let me ask you. Y'all on the phone and on a phone call with GoSep. Did they say that the storm had started tracking a little more north, then northwest?
Yeah, they were saying it moved a little bit to the east early and northwest, and like I said, it's jiggling. And one of the guys, if I remember right, said that it's going to jiggle a little bit back and forth. It's going to back and forth and all that. So right now, there's no telling if it becomes a category 2 or 3, things can change. So.
Yeah, but it looks like it's starting to go a little more north, which means it's starting to make its more northerly movement than northwest. So that seems to hold true to the predictions. Yeah,
and like I said, we got all we can right here. Like I said, it's beautiful. People built some beautiful places down here, and they love this island. And I just was hoping we get through it because we're gonna put them rocks, Gordy and Tony, and I met with Jeff Saturday evening up there, and everybody's pumped up to start the rocks, and right there, and maybe hopefully June and July, and we got something like this, and then these guys got all the equipment down here. But thank God we got the dredge. We took it out a couple of weeks ago. It was finished, and they put enough sand to give me enough sand to work with on top. On top of.
We got a live shot of your rocks right now. We got that. I forget how much that zoom is. Jay, what's that zoom again on this camera? 72 times, Mayor. We got, so we could go right, zoom all the way in them rocks, Jay. Let people see what they're doing in Grand Isle. Now that's from a long ways away, and we got a pretty good shot. And Mayor, I know when you say the word rocks, Gordy Dub is throwing apart. He loves rocks. Of course, you do too, for that matter.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I told Tony, do what you got to do. Rocks is the answer. When you run out of money, the poor guy next to you, the road, he's losing his land.
Yeah, you're right about that. Mayor, thank you. Always do a good job. We appreciate you joining us. And you know, during the event, I don't know where you'll be, but we'll have an eye on Grand Isle, and we'll be going back and forth to our camera, and hopefully it'll be better than last time when a camp flew in front of it and knocked us off the air. But I don't think we'll have that magnitude. But you know, thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir. I see my fishermen leaving now. What I'm saying, man, what if I break down? I said, look, I'm gonna jump in my skiff, and I'm gonna make sure you and your crab boat's gonna be safe to get to Galeana. So get ready to leave.
All right, there you go. God bless you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Care.
All right, thank you all so much. Yeah.
Thank
all
you.
Right,
bye. Okay, Jay, we got lines lit up. Let me just take one. HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Hey, you're on the air live. Go ahead, please.
Yes, is Keith there?
Keith is here.
Keith is right next to me, the man, the myth himself.
Okay. Okay. I want to know if the senior citizens are still having that health fair tomorrow at the Civic Center.
That's a very good question. I will tell you, I spoke with Amanda this morning. I received an email from her as well. They will be having the health fair tomorrow for Terrebonne Parish Council on Aging. That health fair will move forward tomorrow unless Parish President Jason Bergeron says that they should not, by rule of closing the parish. So we feel like that's going to move forward. That was as of 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay, well, this is Miss B, so I'm going to tell you who Miss B is tomorrow if I see you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Miss B. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I knew Aunt B. Keith, watch your phone if you don't mind. We're going to move it right off when it buzzes. It's on that. But look, let's take another phone call, Keith.
All right, go ahead.
HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to know if this thing is coming into Houma.
Well, it's a possibility, but the general assumption it'll be west of Houma, but we're still watching it, and we got to be vigilant about it. We don't know that for a fact yet.
Yes, I live in Chauvin, so I was worried.
Yeah.
You know, about water and everything.
Yeah, and it's good to be cautious about things, but we're going to watch it. We're going to bring you through it, and hopefully it'll stay on this same trajectory right here. And so we'll keep an eye on it for you. Okay.
So where's it, by Morgan City?
Well, that is west of Morgan City is where they think it'll go in, but I mean that's very close.
Yeah.
So we don't want to make a mistake. We want you to think it's going to be a Cat 2 coming right at home, and that way you get prepared.
Thank you.
All righty.
Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And look, we're not trying to scare people.
No.
I feel bad if I tell her it's not going to hit home, and then it
goes
goes towards home, and she's not prepared.
You made that comment earlier. I mean, there's only one person, and God is the only one who knows what's going to happen with this storm. And you know, we want to make sure that everybody is safe. But much like you said, if it comes right near Morgan City, then we're happy about, a little more happy here in the south, in the Fuchs and Terrebonne, but not really happy about St. Mary. We all need to be prepared. We don't know. There's so many different factors that are affecting this storm. Those two little center points becoming one. Martin's already identified it with the circle on the screen. You can see that it's coming together. It's starting to move a little bit more northward as we feel like is happening. We're going to get verification about that soon. But we don't know exactly where it's going to go, and we don't know if it's going to be a Cat 1 or a Cat 2, and we don't know if it's going to move some to the east or the west. We have to be vigilant and be prepared and be on guard.
Yeah, so it's more, I mean, it's teetering between that northwest and north.
Right.
So it's teetering, but it could be jogs.
Right.
But I'm looking at I always look, people say, well, how do you know? I look at the wind in front of it. Where's the wind going?
Right.
And that'll give you a pretty good indication
That's
of
exactly
where it's
right.
going.
Well, I mean, you've watched these enough since 1985.
Yeah, but I'm just tired of watching it.
be nice. Well, if we're watching them, it means we're still getting older, right?
You know, it cracks me up. People come up to me all the time and go, man, you must love doing hurricane coverage. I go, are you crazy?
I hate doing hurricane coverage.
I mean, I'm so tired of doing hurricane coverage, but hey, it's, you know, I guess after 40 years of heart surgery, probably gets a little tired of doing heart surgery.
Yeah, that's
I
exactly
just hope
right.
you don't get tired on mine.
Right. Want to be happy to be doing yours.
Yeah, you're right. What's that, Jay? All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back with a lot more. Don't go away.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your local GMC dealer.
South Louisiana's Bayou region is home to incredible people and critical industries that power our nation. In Congress, I've worked to advance important flood protection projects, unleash American energy production, secure funding for our ports and waterways, and prioritize Louisiana's farmers and fishermen, because our people and our way of life are worth protecting. I'm Clay Higgins, and I approve this message.
Welcome to Home Outlet. What brings you in today?
Save 20% on your fall project. Break up with your big box store and come see our new look at Home Outlet in Gray during our grand reopening to save 20% September 12th through 14th. Save on quality kitchens, baths, floors, and more.
All in stock with hundreds more available and at the guaranteed lowest price.
Home Outlet is your home store.
Home Outlet, 100% employee owned.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your local GMC dealer.
At Terrebonne General Multi-Specialty Clinic, we're dedicated to your well-being. Our expert team of healthcare professionals offers convenient, comprehensive medical care in one trusted location. Whether you're dealing with common illnesses like cold and flu, diabetes, breathing issues, or need help managing your health, our caring and knowledgeable staff are here to treat your symptoms. Call 985-873-4729 or visit tghealthsystem.com to schedule your same or next day appointment.
You gotta try this. And some of those. Ooh, and definitely that. You won't be disappointed, but just know you can only get it here. Up and down Louisiana's Cajun Bayou in Lafourche Parish. Y'all come visit. We're just 35 miles south of New Orleans. Hungry? Let's eat!
All right, just let y'all know this is the original. Right here, Keith.
That's a big stick, Mark.
This is when I get the whole thing going on. All right, right here.
You keep it close too, huh?
I keep it close, but this is the imitator up on the screen.
Okay.
Because I keep that one
right
Velcroed.
It is Velcroed on, and it's not moved at all day.
Yeah, head move. So look, let's go to it, Jay. Okay, here we go. So that center circulation is within that square. So as you can tell, it came out to play for a little while, then it jogged back. This could be a jog, or I'm gonna tell you what I think happened. Center circulation was shifting.
Yeah.
And it was coming to convergence area, and that's where it came. So, all right, what does that mean in my book? It happened on the west side, not the east side. So as a crow flies, whether that's 15 miles or whatever it is, that's a big difference wherever it hits.
Yes.
So people say, well, what's the significance of that little jog? Well, okay, if you're in Terrebonne Parish in Hurricane Ida, that made all the difference in the world. We sat in that eye wall for 6 hours. Lafourche did too. So if it shifted that much, that means we'd have missed the eye wall. We wouldn't have had all that devastation.
That's right.
So that's the difference for whoever it hits.
Right.
That's the difference what that means.
And that's why it's so very important for people to realize that this is such a wide area of what we're watching, of where it's going to hit. That 15 or 20 miles makes a huge difference on you know, the damage that happened right there to St. Mary, Terrebonne Parish line versus, or Assumption line versus that line on the inside of Terrebonne Parish.
You know what? Let's go back to the map. We get so used to seeing everything on a map where you can see all of the southern coastline and everything. And we forget that that little box that I have circled, that's miles. That's miles. And it's, so when it jogs and it reforms on the side of that, it's a lot of area. So that means it's got to cross over that amount of area to get back on the eastern side of the stick, which is very relevant to St. Mary, Lafourche, and Terrebonne Parish. Absolutely. Very relevant, and Grand Isle.
Absolutely.
So that's very relevant.
And all of those that are on the east side of the storm, we're going to have a south wind with a lot of rain, with winds and rains and storm surge all at one time. That's what Mayor Cormidale was talking about. He was a little worried about.
All right, so look at the last. Look at it. You see how it's coming together. You see some of those explosions right there, like it looks like bullet holes right at the end. It's coming together. It's made up its mind where the center of circulation is, and it's only going to get stronger from this point. So we're really going to see in the 4 o'clock advisory. I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty doggone close to a hurricane.
Yeah, I would expect that those winds, I mean, because we're talking 60 plus mile an hour winds at the last advisory.
Yeah.
So we're talking 73, 74, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're going to, we'll be close. If it's not that one, it'll definitely be the next one. But, you know, we'll see how it, Jay, if you could give me some Gulf water temperatures. I'm curious because I know that rain last week lowered the temperature south of Terrebonne Parish, but I'm curious what it did to any water in St. Mary Parish. Because if you remember, folks, and this is a very key point, that when Ida came on board in Terrebonne Parish, right when it hit the coastline, it was intensifying. It hit warm water and exploded. And so it's almost like, this is the way I can explain it. If you get hit or rear-ended by a car and the car is slowing down when it hits you, that's a lot different than if it's texting and accelerating when it hits you. There's a whole lot of difference in the impact. So if this storm hits cooler water and just it takes the steam out of it before it hits, that's a big difference than if it's accelerating from a 1 to 2 or a tropical storm to a 1.
Right.
So that's a key.
It could ramp that up very, very easily, and those waters make a difference. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, can you pull that a little closer, Jay, so these old eyes can see? And let's tuck it in a little bit. Keith, you got better eyes than me because I'm far away from the monitor here.
I'm going to look away from the camera. We're talking 83.7. We're talking...
Okay, look on the Terrebonne, 80.
Yep.
All right, so you see 78.1 and 80.
Yep.
That 80 compared to 83, people say, well, that ain't a big deal. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
So you're 85 with a storm, 87 with a storm.
87, that's right.
85. So it's not going into, you know, hotter temperature waters. It's
going to cooler waters.
You know, at the most, you hope it just maintains that it doesn't, but it doesn't have fuel. It's not like pouring gasoline on a fire.
And that's where we talk about the possibility for intensification. Water temperatures are one of those opportunities for intensification.
Yeah. So look, if that storm would have formed a little bit east in 85-degree water, it'd have blown up.
Yep. Yeah.
It formed in somewhere around 82, 83 to the left, see at 81. So it formed a little, I mean, that's just food for thought. But that makes a big deal. All right, phone lines are open, 879-1231, 879-1231. And we are waiting on Tony Alford from the Levee District to come in and talk about some good news. They're moving dirt right now on spots that they were working on. And Tony's been a bulldog with this Levee District. Gordy's been a pit bull. You know, I always tell them it's good to have strong A personalities on those types of boards.
Well, yeah.
They get it done.
Well, and they've got so much respect nationally for what they've been able to do. Morganza to the Gulf is a term that is known across the nation about how to do this right. And about how the people of those communities taxed themselves until the government was finally able to help. Those are the two big things. And so when we have two strong personalities, like you said, fighting for what's right, and not only fighting for what's right, but going and do it. Tony and Gordy are out there making sure that that dirt and sand's getting moved.
Yeah, and I mean, I've watched that team for a long time with Reggie and Angela's been there 23 years. So she's been the steady, you know, to keep everybody. And there's a lot of people involved with the Levee district. Okay, Archie has an update too. Are we taking a break first? We're going to take a break. We'll be back with Archie Chesson, the parish president of Lafourche. Don't go away.
Gators Power Systems is the area's leading Kohler standby generator solution, specializing in maintenance, repair, and installation on all major brands, from gas to diesel and 2kW to 2000. Home or commercial, our team has you covered. Our factory-certified technicians and installers are highly trained to provide response and repair when you need it the most. We service what we sell, period. Trust the Gen Gators, where we sink our teeth into service.
Welcome to Home Outlet. What brings you in today?
Save 20% on your fall project. Break up with your big box store and come see our new look at Home Outlet in Gray during our grand reopening to save 20% September 12th through 14th. Save on quality kitchens, baths, floors, and more.
All in stock with hundreds more available and at the guaranteed lowest price.
Home Outlet is your home store.
Home Outlet, 100% employee owned.
Every day, thousands of people hit the road heading towards their dreams. But sometimes those dreams collide with a harsh reality. Auto accidents with 18-wheelers can change lives in an instant. That's why you need the experience and expertise of St. Martin & Bork. With over 50 years of experience, St. Martin & Bork have fought for justice for the victims of truck accidents.
If you've been in a wreck with an 18-wheeler, know your rights.
Call St. Martin & Bork today to schedule your free consultation.
Looking for a new truck for your business? Look no farther. Come on down to AJ Doman Chevrolet, where we got $12,000 off every remaining 23 medium duty in stock, and more trucks arriving daily. It's all happening at AJ Doman Chevrolet, where we say yes when others say no. AJ Doman Chevrolet, your business elite dealer, at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Not because of how easy it is to use, or because of our expert dealers. Not even because it has implements for every job. You just have to get in the seat, because breaking ground on your dream home feels pretty great.
Phones, we got public officials, got phone calls coming in, and I know we are trying to connect with the parish president of Lafourche, Mr. Archie Chesson. Jason, any luck on that? Okay, he's going to be coming in any second. But Keith, a superintendent of schools of Terrebonne, will be at 3. Will it be on Zoom or here? Okay, it's going to be in person. So
nice.
That way we can talk to Bob Angeron about that. So we're waiting on the Lafourche Parish President Archie Chesson. And just for those of you watching us on Facebook, YouTube, HTV, if you're new to the way this is real stuff here. We don't make it pretty. We don't take breaks when they're walking into the studio. They walk up sometime and they sit down and we chit-chat. Let me take a call while we're waiting on the parish president.
Very much.
HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Listen, how you feeling this afternoon?
Good. How you doing?
I ain't doing too good. My nerves dead, my pressure, everything else too. Listen, I'm trying to find out what kind of thing you think this gonna be a bad storm? I live on Columbus Street. What's the outcome there for me?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Columbus Street, and I think, just be cautiously optimistic, but expect a hurricane. That way, if you don't get the hurricane winds, all indications are maybe it'll be a little west of Terrebonne Parish with the hurricane winds. But I've learned in the past, sometimes people go to bed and they go, okay, we're in the clear, and then they wake up and they watch TV the next morning and they go, oh my God, this thing's coming right at us. Let me just put this in perspective. Will this be a Hurricane Ida? I don't feel it will. Will it be a Hurricane Juan? No, it's moving too fast to be a Juan. Juan stayed over us for 3 days. It's going to be a fast-moving 1 or 2, but just prepare that you're going to get hit with a little bit. But I promise you, you're going to make it through.
We learned that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's good for me to stay where I'm at, stay here, don't try to get out of home.
Yeah. You're in one of the, I don't think there's any mobile homes on Columbus, is there? It's all houses. And those houses have been around for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I've been here for a while.
Yeah, that's how I gauge things. I go, well, how long have you been there? Well, they tell me, it was built in the 1940s. I said, so you've been through Betsy, you've been through a few things, so Gustav, so I think you're good.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Well, I just had to call in.
All right.
See anyway.
All right.
Thank you. You have a blessed day, sir.
All
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye-bye. What's that, Jay? Yeah. Let's see. Give me the Brownsville shot, Jay. Is that it? Okay, there's your eye developing, folks. And that thing's right off. No, it's not just a... Okay, it's right around where we have the box. Yeah. All right, there you see it. So it's right where we had the box. Okay, so we can...
Not surprised.
Yeah, there you go. So, but we just got to... Let me see that. Can you run that loop a little longer, Jay? Let me see the direction of that. Let me run it. Let me see the full rendering. We're going to run it longer, folks, just to show you. And let's get a run on that and see where it's going. That's all they're giving us, huh?
As far as we go.
Yeah. But I'm watching the clouds. Clouds are still more... That's hard to tell without. Yeah. There's too much circulation in it. Let's take a phone call, Keith. Just let us know when Archie's on, Jay. HTV, welcome to the program. You're on. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I was calling with a question on the direction that the storm is coming from. I can't recall ever a time when a storm was coming from the way it's coming. It's always coming head on or coming like towards Grand Isle. This one's coming from a full different direction. Is there anything else we should be expecting?
Well, except for the first storm we had this year. That went into Galveston Bay and all that. That was a similar, but you're right. It's very unusual. I'm trying to remember, maybe Jake can help me recall. He's been there half of my career, but I don't recall. Normally they come in from the other direction. You're right.
They either come from the east or they come almost due south. This one, because it developed farther west, and then that movement that we had above us, that high pressure area moved out. Now we're starting to move more to the north and the northeast because of that system that moved over. That's what we were being told.
Correct. And my thought was, are we going to experience something different than what we've seen in the past? We know what the storms do. Considering this is coming from that direction, my thought is it being a different experience.
Oh, will this be different? We're not sure until it comes. But we're hoping that it's either a Category 1, hopefully not a Category 2, but we just want everybody to be well prepared for it.
Hey, Jay, can you pull up Hurricane Danny? What year was Danny? 97, maybe? Pull up Danny and see what direction that came in.
Man, what we're trying to do is trying to see from Hurricane Danny, another one of those storms, where it came in and if that one is similar to the route that this one is going.
I think Danny started somewhere.
Gotcha.
Let's see if Danny would. That was 97, so that's 27 years ago.
Yeah, that's a long time. So that's a really good question. Oh, by the way, and Martin has mentioned this several times, by the way,
Is this
about
Danny?
this.
Can you pull back on that map? Pull back on that map, and this will be Danny, where Danny went in. Yep, there you go, Danny and 97, ma'am. That answers your question. Hurricane Danny in 97.
Yep.
And that's good. Well, that's good.
Right, and I think.
Taking my call.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're very, very welcome. We appreciate you calling, and thanks for tuning in to HTV.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Bye-bye.
So again, a really good question. You've talked about it earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
About the
HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please. Hello. Go ahead. You're on. Oh, lost. I heard the lag in it.
Yeah.
Any idea when Archie's going to be available? All right, let's take a break then. We can wait. We'll take a short break. I need some water.
No,
all right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. But Hurricane Danny, there you go.
Yeah.
1997. We'll be right back.
Dive into Sportsman's Paradise at Sportsman Cycle and Marine. We're your new exclusive dealer for Easy-Go golf carts in St. Mary Parish. See the whole line, plus a full inventory of Sea-Doos and Yamaha Wave Runners, Honda and Yamaha Power Sports, and a huge variety of utility and off-road vehicles, plus a wide selection of accessories for everything in stock. Come visit our new 26,000-foot facility on Highway 182 in Morgan City, packed with the rides you need to live your adventure. Sportsman Cycle and Marine.
Our bayous are staples of our southern culture. They have been a source of food, transportation, recreations for generations. Our crews will continue hard working to clean the bayous and keep Terrebonne beautiful in the present and for the future.
Litter doesn't just look bad, it also impacts our drainage systems, ecosystems, and wildlife. Keeping our bayous clean means keeping our drains clean and preserving our wildlife and cultural heritage.
Our bayous are the heart and soul of our parish. That's why I'm proud to announce TPCG's Bayou Revival Campaign. Together, administration with Public Works and Solid Waste will be working to clear debris and litter out of our 5 main bayous. Together, we can move Terrebonne Parish forward. Lash Pala Patat.
Working together on a common goal improves neighborhoods, communities, and the parish as a whole. You can do your part to support our Bayou Revival initiative by volunteering at local cleanup events, disposing of trash properly, and encouraging your friends and family to take pride in our parish.
A million customers a week can't be wrong. Welcome to Rouse's.
Rouse's Markets has USDA prime beef T-bone steaks for $9.99 a pound. Save $10 a pound. A 5-pound bag of Rouse's red or gold potatoes is $2.97. Save $2.02. USDA Grade A Sanderson Farms boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.97 a pound. Save $2.02 a pound. And selected Fiora towels and bath tissues are buy one, get one free. Save $7.99.
Thank you for choosing us best grocery store on the Gulf Coast.
You gotta try this. And some of those. Ooh, and definitely that. You won't be disappointed, but just know you can only get it here. Up and down Louisiana's Cajun Bayou in Lafourche Parish. Y'all come visit. We're just 35 miles south of New Orleans. Hungry? Let's eat!
The spinal cord is the vital messaging system from the brain to the rest of your body. And when this network of nerves is interrupted, pinched, or damaged, neck pain and numbness in the arms and legs are the warning signals. Headache and Pain Center's non-surgical, non-invasive treatments are available now. Surgery is not always the solution. Let's talk about your options and free yourself from pain.
All right, welcome back. We have the superintendent of Terrebonne Parish Schools, Bubba Orgeron, has entered the building. Before we get to Bubba, of course, Keith Whiteside's still with me. And we're going to take a look at the satellite imagery because it doesn't lie. All right, here we go. We're going to look at it. So here you have the stick run from, we started in the morning, and this was pretty much, we put it on the center of circulation. We brought it to where we thought would possibly be landfall, a little west, so, sort of in between Vermilion and West St. Mary. This is center of circulation now. This is the movement of the storm. So the more separation it gets here, the better it is. But remember, it was going this direction at one point. So instead of northwest, it's more of a north-northwest movement. Some ways split hairs in between there, but so it's starting to make its move. So I think you're going to see it start trying to come back around. But will it run out of real estate? And just because it runs out of real estate going before the worst parts would hit St. Mary, Terrebonne, and Lafourche. I'm talking about wind-wise. We're going to get the surge. There's no doubt about it. So wind-wise, you know, that circle that we're depicting is miles wide. So if you miss that circle by, 30 miles, you don't get 75-mile-an-hour winds.
That's right.
So that's
at least.
That's the bottom line. So, Mr. Ondro, how you doing?
We're good.
Making decisions. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Like always.
That's been our day, yes.
That's your job, huh?
Sure is.
No doubt about it. So y'all close on Wednesday and Thursday, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And so, it becomes quite obvious, I guess, when you have an impending storm. I guess those are not hard decisions to make, are they?
Not really. I mean, I guess the hardest decision is Thursday. What do we do Thursday? Wednesday is a no-brainer. Thursday, we could have a nice day Thursday, but we could have power outages. And the decision not to have school Thursday was kind of like at landfall. It looked like midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning, which if it's jogs to the east again, I mean, we could have power outages and all wake up Thursday morning to power outages, schools without power. So we wanted to make the call now. And I think what we've done, we've built in 5 emergency days to our schedule. So we have 5 days that we can kind of make these kind of calls with a lot of confidence that we won't have to kind of extend school or change our calendar.
And doesn't it give the parents a chance? Students love it. We know that.
Yeah, right.
But the parents, and it gives them time to plan and do different things. Because a lot of them who are going to go to work, they got to make plans.
And that's exactly right. Yes.
So they have a chance to make plans, and it gives them, instead of having to, well, you're right, that's a good decision, because if you wait till tomorrow, they still waiting to make plans.
They're still waiting to make plans.
When you make an early decision like that, it clears their plate.
Right.
It goes right in line with what we're asking everybody to do for a storm. Make a plan ahead of time. And you guys have given that grace, if you will, that grace period by deciding now you're off Wednesday and Thursday, making plans, plan accordingly.
Right.
And it actually is, it's a life lesson as well. It's teaching the kids that if we plan ahead of time, we get the best outcome.
Right.
Yeah. What kind of situation, when we had the rains, God, that seems like years ago compared to we've been sitting over it.
Yeah, right.
Like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And of course, everybody, what was that?
It was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's what.
But did y'all have any kind of problems as far as students getting into school with those?
We had a few issues, kids getting home.
Yeah.
You had some street flooding after the duration of a few days of that. We had some streets backed up and buses were, in a little bit of water, safely. I mean, traveling down streets, but for the most part, it had a few streets that were flooded, you know?
Yeah.
You covered that, I know. So, yeah, we had issues.
Yeah. It all seems like a blur.
Mhm.
Let me ask you this, as far as football games and all, so say you would cancel classes on a Friday. Can you still play football when you cancel classes, or do you have to move those games? Or is
We typically move them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
way, if you cancel something, you cancel everything.
That's right. We're going to do that Wednesday, Thursday for practices, you know. So,
Yeah.
and it's tough on sports teams in particular that are preparing for a Friday game. You miss a whole day of training, you know. Particularly that Wednesday practice is a big one.
Coming from a former.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
you know.
But Wednesday's it's a big planning day for your Friday night game. So we kind of put the message out. Get it done today and tomorrow, you know, because we are having school tomorrow. So get all your.
Well, what if they have it a Thursday night game? They're going to miss. The games could be moved.
It's going to be moved, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least you were smart enough to remember the plays if you lost today.
Right.
Unlike your counterpart, Bobby. I know y'all good friends.
Got to be careful about what day is what install.
They had a lot of good quarterbacks at South Lafourche.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I mean, you had the superintendent, you had Boogie,
Right.
Bobby.
Wow.
Yeah, they had some good quarterbacks. Y'all had good athletes in general.
Yeah, typically real good athletes.
Yeah, no doubt.
big guys too.
Yeah, some really good O linemen and D
A lot
linemen
of
came
big
through there too.
boys. Yeah.
Well, they couldn't pull it out Friday, huh?
No, it was a tough one Friday.
Yeah, it was a tough one Friday.
Yeah.
So, everything, now you're doing some positive work. I know you have, while we have a chance. You got a little tour set up. You want to brag on some of the things y'all been doing with the schools. Y'all making them look spectacular.
Yeah. We're excited about that. So we want to showcase them, and you can show pictures and videos, but there's nothing like going and see them. You know, so we're asking some community leaders and different organizations to send representatives, and we want to, like you said, do a bus tour and go visit several schools and just show some of the interior work that we've gotten done. And like Keith and I and you and I have been talking, it's all the silver lining of the storm. You know, you know, we had a lot of repair work that we just enhanced and got buildings looking, you know, like just good quality, high quality schools. You know, and so we're proud of that. And we want to show it off.
But that was also a lesson in thinking outside the box. Remember me and you sat down, I'm sure you sat with Keith several times too, and we went, oh my God, you were looking at some catastrophic stuff that you inherited, but I'm not going to say the old saying you can make chicken salad. You know,
But you can't.
Y'all use some great innovative ways to try to move things right. It didn't make everybody happy, but at the end of the day, people are going to go, that worked out pretty good.
That's what we're hoping, yeah. Then we want the people to be proud of us and really be proud of their community schools and just where their kids are going. So we know we had some kids return back to school this school year, and we're just in awe of some of the changes, you know. So that makes us feel real good about what we've done, work we've done.
And the pride in, interestingly enough, where the quality of education has never, ever gone down through all of these.
That's right.
Through Ida, it didn't go down. And now the beautification of the schools is matching the quality of the education of the kids. It's just, that's the one thing that's maintained its constant.
Thanks for that. Yes.
Well, thank you for that.
And look, as always, we thank our employees, our teachers in particular. Always.
But, you know, Bubba's a logistical guy, too.
Oh, yeah.
I learned that about him.
You know, I just sit back and listen to the
X's
logistics.
and O's and
right?
Accountability. You know, different people run things differently, but you can figure out somebody pretty quick by the way you watch the system run.
Right.
Accountability.
And transparency.
Yeah. There you go.
It's one of those things about when they made the changes with the new math. We'll be very transparent. We want to get input, kids, teachers. We want to find out what you think. Transparency and accountability.
Yeah.
They go together.
And being a leader is not, you don't always you don't always want to go and deliver the news you're going to deliver.
That's right.
Sometimes, you know, we don't want to be sitting up here telling people there's a storm coming.
That's right.
Sometimes you just got to do it, you know? And
but that's an encouraging jog to the west here. Hope that trend continues. Yeah,
I'm hoping so, and I just don't know, you know, what's going to happen with it. And but hey, we'll take all the news we can get, but we're going to figure this thing out.
Yeah, we got about 55 minutes for the next update. We ought to be able to get something at that 4 o'clock update that lets us know a little bit about wind shear, a little bit about movement, and a little bit about direction.
I don't know, let me check that wind shear. I wanted to check that.
Yeah, we
had the...
talking about all of the factors that are impacting the storm. So many different things. People are calling to ask and see where. There's a lot of factors that go into what's happening and what's going to go next.
Okay, you see the upper wind shear on the water vapor? None. On the lower, let's go to the lower water vapor. So it's still fending it off.
Okay.
You know, remember for Gustav, of course, Gustav was over here.
Right.
But it sucked in that dry air and it went from a 4 to 2.
Right.
Like that.
The dry just sheared it, right?
Just pulled, but it had to pull it in from back here, and it's not.
Yeah.
So this is strong enough, and you know, it's a nice system. Look how it's tightened up right there.
Yeah.
It's a very nice system. Center of circulation is west of the stick, so we'll continue to watch that.
Yep.
Mr. Superintendent, good to see you.
All right, likewise. Good seeing you guys.
All right. Now go run some school. Keep it rolling.
Yes, sir. We'll do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Welcome to Home Outlet. What brings you in today?
Save 20% on your fall project. Break up with your big box store and come see our new look at Home Outlet in Gray during our grand reopening to save 20% September 12th through 14th. Save on quality kitchens, baths, floors, and more.
All in stock with hundreds more available and at the guaranteed lowest price.
Home Outlet is your home store.
Home Outlet, 100% employee owned.
Don't let the sun set on your dream ride, because our last chance summer event means your final opportunity to take advantage of tremendous factory offers, low finance rates, and unbeatable trade-in values at Trapp Chevrolet, like a new Silverado 1500 Crew Cab or Silverado 2500 HD with 5.9% APR for 84 months. Plus, find a huge selection of new Tahoes to choose from, and pre-owned vehicles start at $77.99 at Trapp Chevrolet in Houma, where we're always on your side.
At Terrebonne General Multi-Specialty Clinic, we're dedicated to your well-being. Our expert team of healthcare professionals offers convenient, comprehensive medical care in one trusted location. Whether you're dealing with common illnesses like cold and flu, diabetes, breathing issues, or need help managing your health, our caring and knowledgeable staff are here to treat your symptoms. Call 985-873-4729 or visit tghealthsystem.com to schedule your same or next day appointment.
Broussard's Automotive Repair and Tires, your trusted destination for automotive excellence in Houma. We proudly feature the ASC certified expertise of our team with an ASC Master Certified Mechanic always on duty. Locally owned and operated, Broussard's Automotive Repair and Tires is committed to ensuring your vehicle runs smoothly and safely. Our hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. Broussard's Automotive Repair and Tires. Quality service at a great price.
Since 1911, the Pierre Parts Store has been your one-stop shop. Family owned and operated for 4 generations, the Pierre Parts Store has served the community by providing groceries, hardware, home products, and much more, including a full-service lumber yard. Now, we've added the Thibodaux store to the family with the same values and service we've delivered for over 100 years. The Pierre Parts Store and the Thibodaux store, our family serving your family.
All right, welcome back. I've got to have some fun. I love the way the kind of starts about 10, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, 35,000 people on Facebook.
Hey, like that today. Very impressive.
I mean, it's people want to know, huh?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, we got the parish president of Lafourche Parish, and he's always good to let people know. Archie, how you doing over there?
We're good. Just kind of in disaster mode yet again, Martin.
Yeah, I told Archie earlier, because me and him, every time he came to HTV, there was an event.
Right.
And then there's oil spills, and there's ice, there's COVID.
Right.
And so me and him, we're going to throw a big party. We're going to Me and Archie are going to throw a big party one day. We're going to invite everybody. It's going to be called the Happy Party.
Let's celebrate something good. Tell me something good.
Yeah.
It'll come with a big old bottle of Tito's too. I can promise you.
All
that.
right. All right. Get your Tito's.
No, I'll make a deal with you. Buy 2 of them.
No doubt. No doubt.
All right. What you got, Archie? Got some news for us?
Yeah, Martin, just kind of wanted to update everybody. We just finished our kind of 2 o'clock call with all the parish agencies, the sheriff, the port, the school systems, Nichols, Fletcher, just about anybody, our hospital system. So we just released all of our sandbag locations. So I know people have been wondering all day about the sandbag locations. So we have 13 sites spread off across the parish. The only one we're still waiting on is the one in Pontchartrain. We've been using the KC home, but there's a school there now. With the Francophone school that's opened up. So we're working with Wildlife and Fisheries to possibly use the boat launch down there. So we'll probably update on that in a little bit, but all the other self-serve sandbag sites are open. We do have sand and bags out there. Just bring your own shovel. We do have the 6 field offices that have some pre-filled bags. So if you're elderly or disabled and you need some pre-filled sandbags, if you show up there, they'll load them in your car for you. It's 25 bags per address, but those are available. Conditions allow us to keep those field office locations open. We are going to start working through the evacuation notification process and the shelter opening process. So beginning tomorrow at 5 o'clock, we will have a shelter open at the Lockport Community Center, located at 5610 Highway 1 in Lockport. Most of that I'm sure is going to be consumed by people in the FEMA units that are still out there in the state units. Those are going to be mandatory evacuations. Those people have to get out of those units. Per the agreement they signed with FEMA and the state, but they're not really built for anything above kind of a thunderstorm, right? So because this thing's going to be a potential hurricane, we want to make sure people get out of those as quickly as they can. So we're going to begin to open up that shelter tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Looking at the graphic, and you can kind of see the TV screen behind me that we've been watching the HurrEvac system on. We're anticipating, about 10 o'clock tomorrow night, some of those winds could start to kick up. And then that'll only intensify through the day Wednesday into Thursday as this thing pushes through. It's still looking like, we're waiting for that updated 4 o'clock forecast, but it's still looking somewhere, in between Abbeville and Jeanerette that this thing is going to make landfall, which is kind of puts us on the east side of that thing, spins up some tidal and some storm surge impacts for us, puts us on that east side of the storm, which is a greater possibility for tornadoes. So we want to make sure everybody's safe. So you're going to see those evacuations start to get called tomorrow morning, both mandatory and voluntary. The Port Commission, as you've seen from the information they put out, is moving through their voluntary evacuation phase and is going to move toward a recommended evacuation tomorrow afternoon as well into tomorrow evening. You should see some messaging from the school board if they haven't put it out already about school closures for Wednesday and Thursday, and then decisions will be made on Friday based on the impacts that we see through the night Wednesday into Thursday morning. So we're gonna have a full scale operation here. This is not anything that we want to play around with. Nothing anywhere close, hopefully, to what we saw because of Hurricane Ida, but definitely going to feel some impacts for us. So again, the more easterly it moves, the stronger impacts we're going to feel from wind and water. The further west it goes, which I don't anticipate, I don't see that thing shifting a whole lot more west, if any. So we're gearing up for those potential impacts. Our public works crews are continuing to pop up with drainage concerns. River Birch Renewable Energy, who's our garbage contractor, is going to run their normal garbage route tomorrow morning as well. Won't have any operations on Wednesday, and then operations for Thursday and Friday are going to be, of course, dependent upon those impacts that we see. We do have the 5 grapple trucks, those bulky waste trucks that are running through River Birch right now, working from south to north, picking up roadside debris on Highway 1 and 308. Once that's clear, we're going to try to tackle as many piles as we can down the residential streets. But we're asking residents that if we don't get to it and you have a pile of tree limbs or something, just secure it, move it, put it in a garbage can, whatever you have to do. We don't want it flying around hitting somebody's house or getting into the drainage system and causing some concerns there as well.
Yeah, the current path it's on, and Jay, if we could go to the stick shot, because it's pretty much held, it jogged a little bit to the west of the stick, but it's pretty much sort of corrected itself. That could have been, they had 2 circulations trying to come together as one, and it just ended up a little west of the stick, which, as the crow flies, that maybe 20-mile difference makes a big difference for Lafourche and Terrebonne. But with its current path, say it goes in the area you're anticipating, what would you anticipate winds would be in Lafourche?
I think if it sets up Martin, we're going to miss the actual hurricane force winds. We're going to get into that high probability of some tropical storm force winds, which, look, is nothing to play around with. Can still cause some effects to power and things like that. So again, it's going to be a windy event. You know, some of the thunderstorms we saw the last couple of months have been, in some cases, some tropical storm force winds. So it's just going to be the extent of how long they last. If, you know, the visible satellite shot you just had up, you can see the storms, you know, starting to condense around the center. And I think that's a good thing as well. It looks, every indication is that it's going to be a very tightly compact storm, which is good. It means that those outer bands aren't going to wrap around as much, aren't going to be as broad of a circulation. So it ought to decrease some of the probabilities that, you know, those stronger winds are going to be wrapped around the entire parish. So, you know, right now it looks like some major surge impacts to lower Lafourche outside the hurricane protection system. You know, I know you had, you know, Angela and Mitch on earlier talking about the floodgate closures. You know, some of those things, you know, the work we're doing on K&L with the Terrebonne Levee District and South Lafourche Levee District, really going to protect the Pontchartrain community with the Grand Bahia floodgate. We're working with the North Lafourche Levee District to close their new gate on the Hollywood Canal, which kind of, you know, throws back those tidal concerns for the Bayou Blue community. And then the last kind of area of concern for us is always the 6th Ward, the Bayou Buff, Kramer, Choctaw area with some of the tidal influences from the lake in Lake Buff and Lake des Allemands. So, you know, the good thing about those areas in the 6th Ward is after Hurricane Ida, the levee district had a contractor in there doing some work heightening some of the levees. So, you know, if we do see a potential tidal influx in there, hopefully we get some added protection and no other flooding in that area. So we're working through all those areas with our partners at the Levee District, both North and South Lafourche, to address those areas of concern and keep those people as safe as we can.
Yeah, so let's go back and show Archie the map, Jay, the one with the stick on it. I don't know if I've ever seen this phenomenon where it tightened that quickly. Do you remember a storm that tightened that quickly?
I don't. Normally we see them start out very tight and then grow. You know, we saw it with Katrina, we saw it with Ida, where it was a very condensed pocket of storms, and then it formed into a very large scale hurricane. So this one's, again, an anomaly from a lot of situations. Normally we don't see them coming from the Yucatan and the Bay of Campeche and rounding the curve like that and kind of riding that rim of Texas and then impacting Louisiana. But you know, a lot of that has to do with the steering currents. You have that kind of high pressure system kind of sitting over the mid-Gulf that's rotating in that clockwise fashion that's going to draw that storm around and make it hook the way it's hooking. So again, as long as that high pressure system doesn't shift, you know, too much further to the east or doesn't collapse, you know, we're going to see that hurricane, you know, eventually hit somewhere in the central kind of, you know, again, not that we want to see it go anywhere along the coast and hit any part of Louisiana and our friends in the other parishes, but you know, we don't want it here. So we're kind of below, we're standing outside blowing toward the west, but again, we stand ready for anything that gets thrown at us.
We don't want it here. They don't want it in St. Mary.
Right.
You don't want it. And it's just, look, let's go back, Jay, because I want to point this out to the parish president. This overland kind of scenario, you know, that makes a big difference because people don't realize the drag. Whenever you have some kind of drag, it's normally makes something jog a little bit to the west. Depending, you know, that's historical. It's been, so if this storm were shifted a little bit more and had total flow all around it, I'd be very concerned. We'd be looking at a major hurricane.
Right.
But they got a little bit of friction. I'm not saying that's gonna stop it, but it does play a factor.
That's right. We're talking the difference now between a category 1, maybe a 2, to what could be a 3 or a 4. So any amount of shear, any amount of influence that the atmosphere can put on it. And then again, you know, you're talking about it took a day or two to get organized, and it doesn't have while it has a lot of water still to cover, and those water temperatures are ideal for intensification. It's not like it's got a 3 or 4 days of cutting across the Gulf to intensify. It's going to be what is now, you know, less than 72 hours. So again, while there's a lot of bad that is coming our way, there's a lot of good in this as well. That it's going to ramp the storm down.
Keith, anything?
Yeah, Archie, anything in particular after your 2 o'clock meeting with the preparation? I assume, as usual, everybody's got their teams prepared and ready. Anybody with any particular concerns with regards to the storm coming in?
No, not really. The only kind of, you know, real emphasis we put on was our healthcare system. Later this week, being in that temporary facility they just opened, so they're pulling some triggers and sheltering in place and doing some things a little bit different because they're in a much different facility than they're used to being in. But again, great partners at Lafourche Ambulance District who's working with them, and then a backup as a Keaton Ambulance, our partners there. But the one thing, when former Parish President, now CPR Chairman Gordon Dove called me this morning to check in if we need anything, the one thing he kind of chuckled at was we were pros at this, and unfortunately we are. And working down that long list of agencies that we go through on our internal conference calls, just the sheer, yep, we're ready. We're going to have everything buttoned up by noon today. We're ready for the evacuations. We're ready for the shelter. We're ready to do it. Is amazing because unfortunately we've been through this several times, and Ida was a huge test for us. So a lot of things have been put in place since then. A lot of pre-position contracts, a lot of generators, all the stuff that we didn't ever think we would need. We now have access to both through our private contracts and our partners up at GOSEP with the governor's office. So it's been great. We've gotten calls from all over the state, just other parishes, other police juries have reached out if we need anything. The governor's office has reached out already today too, saying that we need anything, and then just interagency partnerships. We know somebody's going to get hammered, so talking to our friends over in Terrebonne, talking to Captain Schaff over at Morgan City PD, who I know you had on earlier, and we saw him on TV and sent him a quick text, and he called and wanted to make sure that we didn't need anything. We said the same thing for him. So unfortunately, the emergency preparedness group is a very tight knit group, and we all know what we need and when we need it. So just having the ability to reach out to each other and those other extra assets are really a good thing.
All right, Mr. Parish President, we want to thank you for being on. We appreciate the information, and I will continue to work through our list, and hopefully the next time we talk to you, we'll even have more good news. But hey, prepare for the worst, and just be ready. And we appreciate the help you've given us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Martin. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Archie.
We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Tony Alford is here. And of course, he's the president of Terrebonne Levee District. And a lot of things are happening in the Levee District. Even today, people say, well, how can it be happening today? I'm getting ready for a hurricane. Trust me, they're happening. He'll be on next.
We're a business, a local provider with nearly 90 years of experience. So when it comes to business in Louisiana, we know that personalized service is key. And we're here to go the extra mile with all fiber solutions that deliver what every business needs: reliability and quality. We're not just providers. We're the local team dedicated to helping you succeed. True partnerships are homegrown. Rev Business, internet, phone, and managed services. Visit us at letsrev.biz.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your local GMC dealer.
Welcome to the Cypress Stop, your new Phillips 66 on the corner of 311 and Savan Road. We have all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner needs with smoked ribs, smoked chicken, boudin, homemade pulled pork, and daily plate lunches. We have a very large selection of white wines, red wines, liquors, beer, tobacco, and premium cigars. Going fishing? We have your bait and tackle and the ice to keep your catch cool. Cypress Stop, home of the happy customer.
Dive into Sportsman's Paradise at Sportsman Cycle and Marine. We're your new exclusive dealer for Easy-Go golf carts in St. Mary Parish. See the whole line, plus a full inventory of Sea-Doos and Yamaha Wave Runners, Honda and Yamaha Power Sports, and a huge variety of utility and off-road vehicles, plus a wide selection of accessories for everything in stock. Come visit our new 26,000-foot facility on Highway 182 in Morgan City, packed with the rides you need to live your adventure. Sportsman Cycle and Marine.
Terrebonne Home Care was founded by Ronnie and Tammy Eshday in 1993. And that continues today with Braden Eshday.
What COVID and Hurricane Ida taught me is that this community doesn't need outside corporations dictating what we can and cannot do. It needs investment and reinvestment in our local communities by hiring local and staying local. And that is what Terrebonne Home Care is doing as the last remaining locally owned and operated agency.
Terrebonne Home Care, 30 years of quality care and 470 years of clinical excellence. Let our family care for your family.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
All right, we're back, and people say, Martin got the stick. I got the stick because Tony Albert's on the deck. And Sister Danita,
smack them knuckles.
Coming from Lafayette and said, keep him in line. So we will. Tony, good to see you.
You too.
Tony's the president of the Levee District here in Terrebonne Parish. And God, how many discussions have we had, whether it's here or wherever, about levees? But y'all are moving right now. Y'all moving some serious dirt. It all happened because of why?
Well, so I'm the only village idiot that's hoping to be in a cone, right? and so, well, first off, everybody listen to your local officials. Yeah. You know, when they say it's time to go, let's go. We still have a hole in the system, right? We're still a whole lot better off than we've been. But being in a cone, okay, we've been waiting there for 2 years. I'm the only guy been waiting for it. Yeah. That allows us to classify what they call an imminent threat to take place, and for the Corps to give me authorization to move forward and finish some of this system. You need to be an imminent threat, and so now we are.
As per the colonel.
Right. Yeah. As per the Corps and the colonel. Actually, a little higher up than him, but they've authorized us to move forward on a lot of what we have left on the west side of the project, along Miners Canal, behind Waterproof. And so we are moving forward with the Corps' blessing. And we're still doing a couple of levees in Lafourche. They call Reach K and Reach L. Reach L, we've got a pretty large area with pipelines coming through. And so we have stockpiled dirt in case of a situation like this, so that we can cover up those pipelines when we have an imminent threat.
Right.
On Reach K, which is in Lafourche, we have a couple of areas that look like they're about 8 foot instead of 10 to 12. And so we've got a onshore, one of the contractors doing the work, that will be working 24 hours a day. At first, we're going to haul sandbags. Well, guess what? We've gotten in a whole lot better place than we used to be. We used to haul those sandbags. The problem with that is you got to put them in place, and then you got to take them down to put dirt, and that's a huge cost. So now we're in a position where they can haul the dirt in, the barges, and put the dirt in place, even though those levees are very wet right now. So you don't want to drive on them and destroy the levee. We can barge it in the canal and put dirt instead of sandbags and get it up to 12 foot or so. And so that's what we're doing.
It's no secret that you were waiting on the imminent threat. Because I remember the night you called me and said the colonel told me I have to have a name storm. So it was a running joke. Tony's the only one in Terrebonne Parish waiting to be in the cone. But that's what it takes sometimes to move forward. Yeah. And it don't make sense to me, but that's the way the Corps works. But the Corps is a far cry better than it was when I was on the air. 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Well, you have some good people there. You know, Colonel Jones, Deron, Lacey. You have some good people over there. It's just sometimes in regulatory we get hung up. And, of course, when there's an imminent threat, our job is to protect the public, yet still try to comply with the Corps regulations. And of course, it doesn't bypass you from getting out of mitigation. You still have to do those things, but it allows you to move forward. And that's been my complaint all along. What separates us from New Orleans? You know, the Corps is very capable. 300-something miles of levee they built in 3 years, but under an emergency declaration. Of course, all of New Orleans was pretty much devastated, right? So our complaint and our sale, or trying to sell the Corps, is that, hey, look, how about if we do this based on an emergency before the devastation takes place? And so this has been an ongoing battle. And again, you have some great people in place. we just have to continue to do what we can do and abide by the rules, okay? Because we have a partnership agreement with them at this point to try to accomplish what we can. And this is going to bring us a long way. When they give you the authorization to move forward, you have 180 days, unless you get an extension after that. So we have a lot of work that we have to do in a short period of time. And of course, without the CPRA, the state committee, right, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of this because we don't have the funds. We've spent a lot of our own funds and some state money. And the big sale to the state in this whole thing is, look, guys, let's protect our current investment. Because our investment is at risk now, the state and the local funds. And so this allows us to move forward and get some of that done and close the system.
And we've saved so much money for the feds because we took it upon ourselves.
Tax ourselves.
To build it. You remember Gary Graves? Remember we had that big discussion with Gary Graves on the set last hurricane?
Oh, yeah.
And people are astounded at the amount of money we put in locally and statewide. I got to give credit to a lot of governors that.
Right. They did.
Yeah.
Well, but it's also about being ready. When they say, yeah, we're going to give you this, you guys are ready to move dirt as soon as it was, we got a yes, you can do it.
Yeah.
Y'all are moving forward. That's what we're talking about, preparation for this storm. Like everybody else, Tony, y'all were well prepared.
Yeah.
All right, we got an opportunity. We're going to do this now.
Let me ask you this. You say
Yeah.
y'all at 8 foot right now on reach K, right? So if
well, you in some places a little bit more, but it does some subsides,
so let's
right?
say the average is 8, but if this storm goes in where it's going, let's say it's even a little west of Terrebonne Parish, we're probably looking at 8 foot surge.
Well, they're saying 6. It could be more.
Yeah, whenever they say it,
yeah, right.
2 feet.
Yeah,
sure.
It's 2 feet.
Sure.
2 feet.
We'll be in good shape. You know, we used to say even years ago we had a fighting chance. I hate to even say this, but we're in really good shape.
Yeah.
But we still have a hole in the system to the west. And so this is going to do some things. I'm not going to get into all the particulars, but this is a good situation, you know. Or, of course, if we can get past this storm without any damage, right? One house floods is not a good thing.
Does the mandate go past the storm?
Yeah, it does. So what happens, you got 180 days from it triggers an imminent threat.
Yeah.
When it triggers that imminent threat, they give you authorization. You have 180 days to build what you have to build. The problem with that is it doesn't help you for that storm.
Right.
You know, it just triggers that authorization to put 180 days you have to build
one step closer for the next one.
That's right. So we get close, and this is the last 5 miles that we don't have a base on the ground, okay? Now, let me tell you, the Corps has really stepped up. You know, they're breaking ground on about a 2.5 mile section right in the middle of there, okay? We're building on both sides, and we don't want to trample what they've moved fast to make happen because they're going to start construction on that piece here shortly. And so we want to do that in conjunction with what they're doing, but fill in the gaps and get this done.
Yeah, because we showed Danny, what was it, 97, I think we brought up, same track, pretty much same. We were trying to figure out, when did we have this track before? It was Hurricane Danny.
Right.
And 97 had a similar track, but in 97, we didn't have all this protection.
Right. Well,
thank God it went west east.
Yeah, I would really be worried if it wasn't the way that the storm, you know, pushes water. You know, you got to push it. I'm really worried about that hole being on the west side.
Yeah.
Because if you get water pushed in there, you got all these floodgates closed. You know, you have to be aware of all of that.
Right.
And so that kind of concerns me a little bit. But the way the rotation of the storm, we should be protected because we have levees every place but there.
Yeah.
And it should hit that first, right?
Hopefully so. It just it's a different dynamic altogether, you know.
It's every storm has something different.
And the last real storm that pushed water on that side was Barry, huh?
Yeah. Well, remember that, of course, that was on the other side, right?
Yeah.
And it actually hit the levees around Montague.
Yeah.
And look, we were just really getting going there, and that was a Category 1, and it pushed a 9-foot surge.
Yeah.
So every storm, regardless of what category, it depends on where they're coming from and how much water they're pushing in front of them. We talked about this a lot, right?
And if it's low tide or high tide.
Right. That's right.
But I mean, it's just it amazes me the dynamics of each storm.
Yeah.
And like this one's moving fast, so we don't have to deal with it for long. One just sat there for 72 hours and pumped water and water and water. But this one, if it keeps, it looks like it's riding the coattails of that. So let's go to let me put the, I want to see the center of circulation.
Look at Ida, how long Ida sat there. I mean, it stalled right on top of it. It's a good thing we had the north wind and went on the right side of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's see.
That north wind was pushing everything
right.
out. Pushing it up.
I want to identify, okay, there's your center of circulation, and it's still moving this direction. So Tony, I think any little amount of time we can buy where it's west of the stick means it's not east of the stick and into Terrebonne and Lafourche. Now, and St. Mary's on the right of this stick right here too.
That's scary. That's where you don't want it for us.
Right. But it's like I was talking to the St. Mary officials this morning.
Yeah.
We're in the viewing area, St. Mary, Assumption, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Granite. So what's great for Terrebonne and Lafourche sucks for Morgan City.
Yeah.
So you got to sort of, nobody wants it.
Yeah.
I wish you would just go further west.
Yeah.
We got people on Facebook watching us from Lafayette now. So
well, remember, Iberia would be terrible for Morgan City.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
The more you go that way, and they would be on the wrong side of that storm.
Well, and their bay is like a funnel shape. It's gonna draw energy right up the chute. So anything else that floodgates, we had Angela and Mitch on earlier.
Yeah.
That's all.
We'll be sold up by about noon tomorrow, I think, is the plan, right? Unless something changes.
Right.
And so so we start closing them early. I think, what did they say, 4 o'clock in the morning is low tide. And, we'll finish closing the ones that we haven't closed yet. We always kind of close the incidental ones and concentrate on the bigger ones. And I think we'll be in pretty good shape.
Well, because with the ground saturation we have now and the rain, then we could add, you're trying to build as much reservoir as you can, right?
Right.
Time means everything.
That's right.
Time means everything. So,
yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, we appreciate the work y'all do. Y'all been relentless.
Yeah. Well, we got to see it through. We still got a lot of work to do.
No, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I called you the bulldog and Gordon the pit bull, but either way, it's still a good compliment. You know?
I'm just relentless. I got a one-track mind, I think, right?
Well,
I just got to see it through.
Hey, that's what
we're all thankful for.
That's what Sister Danita was talking about.
I was relentlessly bad in school, so that's why she used to smack my knuckles all the time, right?
I think Sister Danita would agree that sometimes the ones who were the hardest to control as a conduct in school turn out to be aggressive for the parishes they live in. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I guess
we'll take that aggressiveness.
We'll take it.
We appreciate you, Tony. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Thanks for your coverage.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Gordon Dove, chairman of the CPRA, will be here at 4 o'clock. I'm anxious to see his thoughts on the whole. This is a perfect storm to talk about that because this is a state deal. So we're going to see what he has to say about that. We'll be back.
In South Louisiana, storms are a way of life. Every storm poses a different threat, whether from flooding or hurricane-force winds. At All South Consulting Engineers, we help protect our people from these disasters. Before a storm, we work with our leaders to prevent catastrophic damage. After the storm, we help get the resources needed for rebuilding. We have helped our cities, parishes, and school boards recover over $2 billion to rebuild our community. We'll be here for the next one.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
Sea Level Construction is a heavy civil contractor that provides turnkey services for the industrial and marine industries. From building large-scale infrastructure to installing the foundation for expansion projects, Sea Level and its family of companies offer a wide range of capabilities including driven piles, drill deep foundations, structural fabrication, structural concrete, marine construction, barge maintenance and repair, site work development, heavy equipment repair services, and electrical services. Call Sea Level Construction to set the foundations for your next big project.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
We're Rev Business, a local provider with nearly 90 years of experience. So when it comes to business in Louisiana, we know that personalized service is key. And we're here to go the extra mile with all fiber solutions that deliver what every business needs, reliability and quality. We're not just providers. We're the local team dedicated to helping you succeed. True partnerships are homegrown. Rev Business, internet, phone, managed services. Visit us at letsrev.biz.
Sea Level Construction is a heavy civil contractor that provides turnkey services for the industrial and marine industries. From building large-scale infrastructure to installing the foundation for expansion projects, Sea Level and its family of companies offer a wide range of capabilities including driven piles, drill deep foundations, structural fabrication, structural concrete, marine construction, barge maintenance and repair, site work development, heavy equipment repair services, and electrical services. Call Sea Level Construction to set the foundations for your next big project.
Located at 5004 Imperial Drive in Houma, April and Iris is a must-see for those looking for exquisite home decor and gifts. Owned by April Boudreau, along with her talented design team, there is no lack of detail to enhance your shopping experience. April and Iris has all your decor needs.
Come in today and let us help you complete your design vision. It's what we do.
April and Iris, Homa's newest home interior and gift store, where decor and inspiration meet and fulfill all your design needs.
All right, welcome back. We're awaiting the arrival of the CPRA chairman. Gordon Dove is going to be here in short order. And, his role has changed. We got Jason Badron manning the ship in Terrebonne Parish, Archie in Lafourche Parish, but all the coast, all the parishes that are on the coastline, Gordon Dove is the chairman of the CPRA under Jeff Landry, the governor of the state of Louisiana. Now, he is tasked with rocking the whole state. They want rocks in front of the whole state, jetty systems, everything. So that's going to be interesting how he sees this storm. And, of course, he's in communication with some of the parish presidents. So, Bob, I love that fact that they all have to communicate and will communicate, because that's what's going to make the whole thing work.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what it does is it gives you a central line of communication through the governor's office and somebody looking at what does the coast need, and Gordon's the perfect person for it.
And
what
so,
he's seen and done.
And this is Jason's first go around, but he was pumping away this morning and told us they were pumping, pretty good. So that was good to hear. They were getting it below level, which is what you got to do. You got to think ahead on this. So Archie's been around forever.
Yeah.
He's been through so many things that the people in St. Mary, they know. I mean, they got a lot of veterans in St. Mary. So, at this point, you just heard Tony say it, we're ready. I mean, we have worked and spent billions of dollars to be ready for this kind of storm coming in.
Right.
And to where if it blows by and we survive the rain and we survive the wind, we don't have, God, you remember when I was back there in Shrimpers Row, in some of those southern areas, and people were up to their neck in waters and everything else. I'm not saying it can't happen again, but the Hurricane Rita, the water that was in the southern part of the parish, Tropical Storm Bill, when the levees broke in Montague.
Right. Okay.
And it's just, I'm hoping one day we don't have to worry about that. Then we could put a dome over everything and we don't have to worry about the wind.
That's exactly right. Well, I mean, but think about Ida. How many homes had water? None.
Right.
None.
Yeah.
Worst storm ever come through.
Yeah.
Measuring 200-mile-an-hour winds.
But then we learned from Zeta.
Right.
We learned from the backflow that caught, some people in Cocodrie and all that, but we learned, and no one ever thought, we'd have a backflow coming around against us, but everybody learned. So it's a handoff. The police chief said it well the other day. It's a relay. You hand off from one to the other, and as well as if the one who's in office is willing to sort of learn and take a little bit of the past. I said, if ever I was tasked with doing something like this in the parish, on my board would be every past parish president.
Right.
Every single one.
Well, because each one of them have learned something differently. They all have a unique perspective on protecting the parish.
Right. And I'd say, all right, give me your thoughts. And you combine that with some other people, the O'Neill Mulbrews and the Reggie Dupre's and the Tony Alfreds and the Levee district members and Angela and Mitch, you get a big thing and man, you let them, and then you roll with it, because they know knowledge.
Case in point, you're doing that with every parish president that comes on about what this storm looks like because they've seen enough of it, right?
Yeah.
None of us claim to be a meteorologist, but we've seen enough of these to go, okay, this is unique. This is what's happening with this one. I love that, right?
And you know why I ask them to? I want to see if their thoughts are matching up with mine.
Okay.
Because when you see because I have a specific line of thinking when it comes to these things, but if they're on the same line, then I know we've considered it correctly.
Right.
But if one of them say, no, that's not how I see it, then it makes you rethink the whole thing.
Yeah.
Which is a natural process. All right, so phone lines are open, 879-1231. We're going to go till Gordon Dove, CPRA chairman, is finished, and we're going to take some breaks. We're going to regroup. We got everybody ready today. I think I'm not going to say over-prepared. You can't have over-prepared, but we got you ready.
Yep.
And then tomorrow I'm going to come on for a short time. We're going to break. We have sports on the Bayou shows and everything else. We're going to keep it rolling. And then in the afternoon, we're going to be on all the wall. It's game day.
Yeah, that's right.
It's game day.
Tomorrow's game day and game day.
And you lucky dog, you got to go to the game yesterday, and that was a beat down.
Oh, boy, I got to tell you, from the first series, from the first play, the Saints said, from the first play, we are going to run the ball, and they did.
Yeah.
And they said, we're going to keep running the ball. And they said, you know what, when you come up and think you got us, going over the top. And they never looked back after the first 5 plays.
Kubiak found ways to get his stars the ball.
And some of the things they said, even in post-game the press conferences, a lot of the players talked about how, you didn't see this guy, but if you realize this guy did this all game, made it easy for me. Alante said that in his 3 sacks. That was one of the things he said. He said, Chase Young, if those guys aren't really occupying other people, I don't get the sack. Alante Taylor really made a difference about that. But I want you to know, even Rashid Shaheed said, if I don't have Chris Olave with getting more attention, I don't get the balls.
That's right.
I love how
team players. Yeah.
Well, what we're talking about there with the Saints and what they were talking, all of them, offense, defense, and special teams, and coach, is exactly what we talk about down here about St. Mary, Terrebonne, and Lafourche. This is what a team is about. When a storm comes, the whole team is looking at what to do and how to do it better to help each other.
And I promise you, whoever gets pummeled, the other parishes will rally.
We come. We're coming to help out.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's exactly right.
All right.
Support Nate.
So there you go. The phone lines are open. If you have a question or a comment, I know as we get closer to storm time, y'all gonna light it up. But there you see it. Let me see if that has. Yeah, it's shifted a little bit. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. I'm seeing something, Keith.
Oh, look at that. Look how much bigger that is.
Watch.
Yep.
Watch this shift. I'm going to do it with all right, watch this circulation go out.
Oh, it expands.
No, it moves.
Oh, wow.
It moves.
Okay.
It has shifted over. Let me do an additional. I'm going to show you the shift with let me get a little, because I don't want to mess up the original reference.
Okay.
it comes out to here from the circle. Watch it.
Wow, you're exactly right.
Watch it move out the circle, and it hits the side of this. Jay, can you zoom in on that, or will we lose our reference? We'll try and see. I don't know if we'll lose the reference when we do that, but hey, I'm willing to take a shot at it. Just give us a second, folks, because it's pretty telling.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, zoom in. Keep going. Okay, see the center of circulation was it ended up here.
Right.
Now watch it, it comes to here. I can see it pretty visible when I get up on it.
Yeah.
Right here, I'm real close to it. So that's telling to me.
Yeah, it even goes a little bit beyond that line. Look at that.
So is that I'm not sure if the center of circulation didn't really form right below that.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
God, it's this thing has reformed so many times.
Well, and that's what I think that was their point early on about those two centers and just not sure what the one center was going to be. We may still see those two fighting against each other more.
Yeah, but it's nonetheless, it's still on the...
It seems to still be having some westerly activity.
Yeah, it's on the west side.
Yep.
So we're going to, I mean, we just got to watch it. They're still saying it though, you know, sometimes they have a way of doing it. Sometimes we can see it better on a reference point, but we'll watch it as it'll get more defined as we go along. We'll find out at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we sure will.
What's happening? All right, we'll take a break. We're getting close to CPRA Chairman Gordon Dove coming in, so we'll be back.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Located at 5004 Imperial Drive in Houma, April and Iris is a must-see for those looking for exquisite home decor and gifts. Owned by April Boudreau, along with her talented design team, there is no lack of detail to enhance your shopping experience. April and Iris has all your decor needs.
Come in today and let us help you complete your design vision. It's what we do.
April and Iris, Homa's newest home interior and gift store, where decor and inspiration meet and fulfill all your design needs.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
Every day, thousands of people hit the road heading towards their dreams. But sometimes those dreams collide with a harsh reality. Auto accidents with 18-wheelers can change lives in an instant. That's why you need the experience and expertise of St. Martin and Bork. With over 50 years of experience, St. Martin and Bork have fought for justice for the victims of truck accidents.
If you've been in a wreck with an 18-wheeler, know your rights.
Call St. Martin and Bork today to schedule your free consultation.
And as you can see behind me, the fury now is starting to happen. The wind's now probably a steady 30 miles per hour, and you'll get gusts from 40 to 45 miles per hour. Of course, that's probably the outer winds of the storm. And if this is the outer winds of the storm, believe me, I don't want to experience the fury of a 140 mile per hour wind.
Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. think of it as a 3 or 4. Now let's track this hurricane because all indications are it's coming right for Terrebonne and Lafourche.
Sea Level Construction is a heavy civil contractor that provides turnkey services for the industrial and marine industries. From building large-scale infrastructure to installing the foundation for expansion projects, Sea Level and its family of companies offer a wide range of capabilities including driven piles, drilled deep foundations, structural fabrication, structural concrete, marine construction, barge maintenance and repair, site work development, heavy equipment repair services, and electrical services. Call Sea Level Construction to set the foundations for your next big project.
All right, welcome back as we're waiting on CPRA Director Gordon Dove to come in and tell us the whole area. So a lot of people watching us on Facebook and Lafayette in those areas where he's going to come in and tell you what they have planned for that. Let's go to the map that I have because I've defined some things. Watch right above the arrow. There's your center of circulation right there. You see the little eye? Just keep your eye right on this. Dive belt right there. There's your eye forming right at the end. There it is. All right. The whole mess. It's hard to tell because you're watching. Remember, you got to watch the whole mass. That's the way it's tracking. So it is making its move, I think.
Yep.
You know, and it may fluctuate. It may jog. Now, remember, center of circulation on the western side of the stick. And you got to watch it. If it meanders on the eastern side of the stick, that's a whole new deal.
Yep.
So there's our center path right there. That's what we got to keep an eye on. It's a great reference point. We learned that years ago in Ivan, that sometimes you get caught up looking at all the dynamics in the storm and you see the reds and the yellows, but there's never a reference. Well, that stick is a reference point.
Well, the other thing that we're seeing is we're starting to see an identifiable eye. And when we see that, we know that that storm by nature is starting to intensify.
Mm-hmm.
And we're excited about some cooler waters, but we certainly want to hear what our guests have to say.
All right. You are welcome to the program. And who am I speaking with?
Michael Alfano.
How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right. Where you calling from, Mike?
Metairie, Louisiana, in Airline Park.
All right. Good to hear from you in Airline.
And I was just calling to see, what the extent is for us.
Okay. Well, that depends once again on our track. And I think the track it's on now is more favorable for you guys. I mean, you're going to get rain. You're going to get winds as it comes on. You're going to get, as it stands right now, if it kept on the same path, 35, 40 mile an hour winds. If it moves to the eastern side of the stick, you're going to get more. So,
right.
Yeah, it just depends on.
I was telling the lady what my daddy told me when he called earlier. Today's the anniversary of Betsy.
Oh, wow.
Is it really?
Yeah, we got hit by Betsy. We were living on Alexander Street in St. Bernard Parish.
1965.
they blew the levee in New Orleans to flood us, so New Orleans would flood.
I'll be doggone. So it's
And
the
my dad and
anniversary
I-
of Betsy.
Right, and my dad and I saw where the levee was blown at. It was right behind. It was on Patricia Street, all the way at the end where Araby Park Middle School used to be.
I'll be. God, I remember Betsy. I was 5 years old, and my mom and dad took all of us kids who were born at the time. We went to Bunkie. Went to a KC home in Bunkie to evacuate. I remember that like it was yesterday. We were all sleeping on army cots.
Yeah, and I was also good friends with Ed Daniels. I
he's a
knew
great
Ed
guy.
Daniels from Chalmette High School, because I graduated in 77. And I'm the same age as him. I was 2 years late graduate. And
he was a great guy.
I knew him from Endymion.
Michael, I will tell you, the Saints did another very special thing. They had his picture and flowers in the press box where his chair is. And no one sat in his chair. So they did a moment of silence at the first preseason game for him. And then yesterday in that press box, they honored Ed Daniels once again. And I can tell you his name came up time and time again. So your friend was honored yesterday.
Yeah, that's good. And then he's got the stadium named after him in Kenner.
Right.
The football stadium.
Hey, let me ask you, how are you watching us in Metairie right now? What device are you on? A smart TV with the app?
No, I'm on Channel 10.
Uverse.
Yeah, Uverse.
Uverse Channel 10. I always like to know how we reach it out, because our reach is pretty good now. And we have people watching us in Lafayette and also in Metairie.
We're with AT&T. They on strike now, and we lost like ESPN and all that, over the weekend.
Hey, as long as you got HTV in Metairie, we good, huh?
Right.
No, we all like the other channels, and I always tell that to people. I get along with the other channels, and we're all in the same business together, but I appreciate you watching us and keeping us up to speed. And thank you for reminding us that Betsy's anniversary is today.
I'm good friends with Doug Mouton, too.
Oh, he's another good guy.
Yeah. His mom used to live down the street from me, right at the corner. He just sold her house.
I'll be. Well, look, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
We got the CPRA chairman who's here, Gordon Dove, and he's going to be talking with us about the overall aspect of the state. So stay tuned in from Metairie. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Take
Have
care.
a nice day.
Thank you.
You too, Michael.
Bye-bye.
It's good to know we're reaching out.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
People
we in New Orleans TV territory.
Not just on their smart devices either. They're watching through cable.
Yeah. Mr. Dove, how are you, sir?
Doing good, Martin. It look like we got another one looking at us.
Yeah, we've been through this so many times. And what I was explaining to people, since you're the chairman of the CPRA, your mode has changed, but I know you're talking to public officials because y'all working together on trying to get a comprehensive plan. We've been, what Keith, we had 35,000 people watching.
35,000 on Facebook.
Some from Lafayette, some from other areas. They're unprotected. A lot of these places are unprotected. Like you were very involved in the protection of Terrebonne Parish and all that now. But now you've switched your gears to look comprehensively on the regional level. How's this storm sort of, does it give you a pretty good measuring stick?
Yeah, Martin, as you know, Terrebonne has a very good levee system, and St. Mary has the Chafalaya federal system that was built years ago because of the Chafalaya, and of course LaFouche did a fantastic job building theirs. St. Charles has done a fairly good job. They've been Matt Jewell has really been after getting pump stations in as well as his levees lifted, and Matt Jewell has done a wonderful job as parish president. And, you know, we've been working with Larry Rhodes out of New Iberia, President on a levee system from Gaydon to St. Mary Parish, along with the Barrier Islands. So from all the way from Texas to Mississippi, you know, all the way to Cameron. So, you know, I'm spread all over. And right now, as you know, it looks like, you know, where this thing's heading, the fact is going to hit Cameron, Vermilion, Calcasieu, St. Mary, New Iberia, Terrebonne, Lafourche, and all the way to Grand Isle, with depending where it landfalls.
Almost your whole area.
Yes. So I've been in touch with the parish presidents, the levee boards, and you know, and I'm glad to announce. I'm happy to announce that Bill Hidalgo with the St. Mary Parish Levee District, they will be closing the floodgate tomorrow morning, the Bayou Chene floodgate.
Yeah.
And which is a 400-foot floodgate, and which has stopped a lot of water from coming into Terrebonne Parish, Stevensville, and up Bayou Buff, as well as the coast.
Remember the 38 inches, the barge stopped?
That's right, the temporary barge.
Yeah. Hey, look at this, Mr. Dove. Let me show you this real quick. Go to here's the latest advisory. Okay, here's the center circulation. Watch it form right there. You see it, it's showing almost a little bit of an eye. This storm has increased to 65 miles per hour. It has increased. It's getting better organized. They are still saying that this storm is moving. Let me go to the arrow. See, so it's off the stick. They're saying that's the movement.
Northwest.
Northwest.
Oh,
they still have it at northwest, which means the further it gets off that stick to the western side, it's going to take more to pull it to the eastern side. But I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done, because look at those. It's going to follow steering up here. But the more freeboard we got, the better it is. Well, what have you been hearing on that path? Is that pretty much in line?
Yeah, boy, that's what we're hearing. Of course, you know, Jock Thibodeau with he is director of GoSouth. He's doing a wonderful job, and of course, Governor Jeff Landry is on top of everything. He's contacting everyone and keeping on top of everything. And he has a press conference this afternoon, and the state is really, really well organized. All the wheels are greased, and everyone, all parishes have been communicated on what do you need. Like New Iberia needed a generator for their jail, which of course has GoStaff more than CPRA, but you know they communicate to everyone when they're looking for different things early in right now. You know.
Yeah, and I know you've been working with the governor. I was sort of teasing Tony about, you know, Tony's got his cone now.
He got his cone and
name stuff, and they moving stuff right now.
And more than that, look, I got to give Tony credit. He kept getting with the Corps, pushing the Corps, and said, and finally got him to commit that if we get a cone, he can go to emergency phase on Reach A, which goes from Dulorge to the Intercoastal, and also below waterproof. I'm sure Tony explained that when he was on your show earlier.
He did.
And they look, I got to give it to them because they're doing K&L in Lafourche Parish, and they've got quite a bit of stuff going in Terrebonne Parish. So they're really on top of it. And I'm sure they announced that they're going to be closing the Bubba Dub floodgate tomorrow. And
they said it already finished around noon, right?
Francine is moving toward the northwest near 7 miles per hour. That increased from 5. A continued northwest motion is expected through this evening, followed by a turn to the northeast with some acceleration beginning Tuesday. On the forecast track, Francine is anticipated to be just offshore of the coast of northeastern Mexico and southern Texas through Tuesday and nearing the Louisiana upper Texas coastline on Wednesday. So they recognize that western move.
Yep.
Because I just read it. They didn't say central Louisiana. They said the border.
That's right.
The border. So, but then they expect to pull in. So that would put it. So I mean, now, does that make Lafayette feel any better? No. But I mean, if you St. Mary Parish, the further west it gets, better. But they thinking it's going to make that turn. But
you know, Martin, let's not forget Rita. That hit real close to the Mississippi. I mean the Texas, Louisiana.
Away, yeah.
And remember, and let's not forget Ike.
Yeah.
You know, Ike hit
south winds for 36 hours.
Right, and Gustav was hit because we hit us direct at a Cat 3. So even though those everyone definitely doesn't want to keep their guard up because the only difference now than Rita is for Rita we flooded 11,000 homes, and 14 years later in 2019 when Barry brought in the same amount of water, right at 10 foot of water, there was 11 homes flooded in Pontchartrain only because the levee wasn't finished in 2019. So we've got a pretty extensive levee system between Terrebonne and Lafourche. Of course, St. Mary has it, and St. Charles has really done a great job of getting theirs on.
The differences with this storm is that Rita and all pushed in a different direction. Rita was like a big push barge. It was 180 miles away from us, southwest of us, and it brought a 10-foot surge.
That's correct.
And it was unbelievable. But this one's coming like Danny did in 97, the same route. But we didn't have that kind of protection in 97. We got protection. So just to get your words, everybody's really okay with an 8 or a 9 because they're still working on parts of the levee. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, 9 foot is definitely no problem for this system. Mm-hmm. Remember, from Cocodrie to the Bubba Dub floodgate is now 15 feet, that's really our most southerly reaches of the levee system. And, remember too, Terrebonne Parish now has 30 pumps more. During my administration, when I was parish president, we built 30 pumps. And remember, all the pumps have backup generators. Remember, we did 24 pump stations that had no backup generators that actually would just go out. So you've got that along with an additional 30 pump stations, excuse me.
And telemetry.
And 6 out of 96 pump stations that we have, right at 60 is close to 60 now is telemetry and SCADA. You can stop, but all 96 pump stations are automated. They're on a float with a sensor backup. So they, and like I said before, your biggest thing is you just keep these systems pumped down and you got to really make that your mission is to pump them down. And we tell all the parishes that because most parishes know that. Mm-hmm. And, it's about keeping the basins. You take your basins or your reservoirs, they're your retentions. Like the Chacahoola Basin, it's 109,000 acres. So if you keep it a half a foot lower, then that's billions of gallons you're going to be able to accept. And, then you have the 11B, which is a basin. Mm-hmm. On the west side, you have the 11A, and then you have the Chacahoola, and then you have below the intercoastal. And, it's, in fact, that was Matt Jewell just calling for me. We were just talking about Matt Jewell, the parish president of St. Charles. I mean, he's, like I said, he really, in fact, we're working on a pump station and some other levees issues and all with them, and they're getting close to hopefully go to construction on the Zalman floodgate, mm-hmm. which Matt has been instrumental in pushing along with the Lafourche Basin Levee Board.
Well, how do you think the western part of Louisiana, some of the coastlines all over Louisiana, they look at Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish and parts of St. Mary, of course, and there's got to be a sense of awe of what we've accomplished in this area, but your goal is to try to eliminate a lot of that surge in all of the state, but you got to be looking at it. It's probably the reason you got the job with the governor is the fact that the track record around here is pretty stellar.
Well, I mean, remember, we've built, with a concerted effort, Tony Alford and Reggie Dupre and some delegation, and, we built $1.3 billion worth of projects either finished or under construction in one parish. And so, I believe in one thing is, we believe, and Governor Jeff Landry and myself both believe in the same thing, building it as quick as humanly possible. After 20 years, if we don't know what to build by now, then we all need to quit our jobs.
Right.
After 20 years, I know what we need to build in the state of Louisiana, and so does a lot of other people.
Y'all sort of barrel through studies, too. You got to have some studies. I get it. Some engineering.
But it's all been done. That's all been done. That was done years and years ago.
Yeah, so hopefully we continue to watch. Let's go to the map again, Jay, as we're gonna leave our viewers. We're gonna regroup in the morning again. We got you prepared as much as we could. We've been on since 9 o'clock this morning, and now you got to take care of a few things. We do too. Yes, Jason, go ahead. Yeah. Which one is that? Okay.
Might have been for you.
So look, we told her about Danny in 97. A lady had called, Gordon wanted to know, have we ever had a storm that came from this direction? Well, of course, we had Danny, but Jason and them were digging up in the control room. 18 what?
67.
1867. Now look, this place was 1865. So shortly after DuPont was built, we had a storm heading towards our area. Of course, they didn't have telemetry, and they didn't have floodgate, but they had a lot more marsh.
And no radars.
Right. It skirted the coast, as you can see. Did not make landfall until it hit Florida.
Yeah, that's a good find. So if the woman is still watching from wherever, Danny in the storm of 1867. So where's Bob at? Well, Bob meandered more from a little, not quite far west. Huh? Yeah, wow, that's a spaghetti model. Man, all you gotta do is put some gravy on top of that.
79 would be Bob.
But, where was Bob?
Okay.
Yeah, but that one, it came, but it didn't follow that. It came central, then came up north.
Right.
Yeah. So the only other two were Danny in the 1867. Good find.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
good job, guys.
Good trivia. So, Gordon, anything would we're talking to a lot of people on Facebook right now, and they're from all parts of the state. We'll leave them with a little encouragement of where we're going to be in a few years there.
Boy, not only Terrebonne, but I mean, Lafourche Parish, Archer Chester has done great with pump stations, Levee, South Lafourche, North Lafourche Levee Board, Terrebonne Levee Board, like I say, St. Charles, and the Corps has really been working well with us. I know everyone used to beat up on them, and for right, they had a right to beat up on them. And under Colonel Jones, it's really refreshing. He's called me numerous times today, and and he's working with us. The Corps working with us, and GoSaf is under Jock Thibodeau, which is the director. In fact, he's from he was over Thibodeau, and he's really got a control on this thing, and he's contacting everyone and all the departments. And of course, I have a cabinet meeting in the morning with the governor and his cabinets that we have one at 10 o'clock in the morning, and so the state is on top of it, and as well as all the parishes, levee boards. But we even contact the port. The ports get involved now. I was talking to Mac Wade over in Port of St. Mary, and Bill Hidalgo, of course, about the floodgate, and Shane and Chet Chasson, and all the way to Iberia, Craig Romero, so of course David Rabelais here, and it's just it's a concerted effort. You guys, we all remember Katrina, how disorganized and unprepared Louisiana was, and I think it's come a long way and a lot of protection in place.
Well, just the way we do things now. I remember back in the day when we first I remember when we lost our towers in Gustav, we had to rent a crane to get the power. Then we started getting in the internet, which was very primitive. Now we're reaching out all over the place, and any station does the same thing. But I was shocked at the amount of numbers we were getting on Facebook and YouTube. Just goes to show you the reach we could get.
And more, I mean, would you ever figured we spent $1.3 billion in Terrebonne and hundreds of millions in Lafouche Parish, and in St. Charles and St. Mary, and like I said, we're doing the whole coast right now. We're very aggressive on barrier islands with segmented breakwater rocks. I wouldn't go to Baton Rouge unless we start closing in our passes, choking them down, and rebuilding these barrier islands from Texas to Mississippi.
But I got to be honest,
in Louisiana.
When you brought in $1.3 billion, I know it was a delegation, but a lot of it, when you brought it in, and it was coming in, a lot of governors got on board, Democratic and Republican governors. I remember Governor Blanco bringing in $10 million at Time for Action, which was, back then, it was a big chunk.
That was unheard of.
Yeah. But
they didn't put that kind of money in coastal.
I remember bringing y'all up on stage, and you and Tony were making promises. I'm going, holy cow. But I think what y'all did, honestly, if I can break it down in a nutshell, when Terrebonne took care of themselves, and then the state started realizing and pumping the money, and a lot of that, you wouldn't get a lot of that money. I think the feds got a little bit embarrassed.
Yeah.
And I think they came up and said, wait, we getting killed here. We got to help.
Yeah.
And this new Corps, you're right, I was one of them that beat them up bad. I can't beat them up anymore.
Well, and my hats off to the, Tony outfit. Was ready to do now. It's Angela Hidalgo. She's done a wonderful job. She's been there a long time. She's as seasoned as anyone else when she stepped into the position of director, and of course the levee board itself. And the engineers who helped, who built, and a lot of ideas was theirs. And we've come a long way, and we're really getting aggressive on projects under Governor Jeff Landry's administration. And I believe that's one of the reasons Jeff appointed me. He knows that I'm about building projects, and that's what we're going to do.
He wants progress.
And Glenn Lede with the executive director, and of course he's
doesn't he have 2 degrees?
He's got a master's in coastal engineering and a civil engineer, and I always thought that that was the right credentials for the executive director under the CPRA, which that answers to the CPRA board, which I chair, and then I'm on the governance, on the governance cabinet.
About those 2 degrees, he knows when people come to him with stuff and they're lying about it.
Yeah, he's very good.
He can call BS on it.
That's right.
But you surrounded yourself with good people.
Right. And more, and as you know, Barry hit us in 2019, and remember in 20 we had 2 Cat 1s and three tropical storms. Of course, 21 was the big one, the Ida.
Yeah, but you had 18 inches of rain in one day.
We had 18 inches of rain. That's right.
21.
And and like I said, we fared well. That was about 3 years ago. And like I said, these basins, you got to use them as retentions. You got to pump them down and just keep them maintained, pumping down.
Who you said was on the line, Jay? Okay, we're going to go to Jeff Landry's press conference in 5 minutes. Who's on the line for us, Jay? Well, let's listen in, and if the CPRA chairman wants to wait and hear his boss talk, we'll let him. Let's take a phone call. HTV, you're on the air. Go ahead, please. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
you're live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is Larry C. Pico Senior.
How you doing?
Not Junior.
All right, gotcha. Go ahead. I'm trying to hear you.
I'm worried about this thing coming up on the buy side over here.
Where are you calling from?
Pointe-Chan, Louisiana. If you can't remember that, write that down.
Oh, I know where Pointe-Chan is. I've been there many times. Go ahead and talk about What can they expect in some of these lower?
Well, they're going to be closing the Pointe-Charlotte floodgate tomorrow morning, and you have on the Terrebonne side you have a 12.5 foot protection, and on the Lafourche side you have about an 8 foot to 10 foot protection. On the Pointe-Charlotte side, I mean on the Lafourche side of Pointe-Charlotte. Which we're as we speak, we're lifting levees now. Of course, I think Tony may have told y'all earlier they are bringing mud out on Reach K, and they're doing some work on Reach L, trying to lift up any little spots they may have in there.
Yeah.
In that levee system, which goes from Pointe-Charlotte to South Lafourche.
Yeah. How effective is it? That's where we're on that floodgate camera right now. We put up a lot of cameras, as you know, and only problem is when you lose sunlight like we did for the rains for 3 days, they're all solar powered. So sometimes we have trouble with it, but I mean, can you effectively move dirt well, right now it's good. It's not raining, huh?
Yeah,
I haven't been outside all day. I haven't looked.
But it's if it's dry enough and you can move dirt. Sand sacks, after you got to go get them.
Right.
And you got to haul them away as well as haul them there. So if you can get the dirt on the levees, all the better,
Yeah.
Of course, it's very nice to have grass on them, but you're not going to grow grass as quick.
You're talking about the big bags or the escrow baskets?
No, this is the big bags.
Big bags.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember, which storm were they dropping them by helicopter?
Well, we put them on Lower Delaware for Ida because of Lower Delaware is one part of the Morganza system that they're still completing.
Yeah.
But they've got it up to I think a good 10 right now. They're trying to get it to 12 and a half.
Yeah, I was hoping Dularge would be ready because Dularge would be tested here.
Right. It's in pretty good. I mean, it's better shape than it's ever been.
Yeah.
And
So it's Pointe-Charlotte.
So it's Pointe-Charlotte. Oh, definitely with Pointe-Charlotte. It's
well, everything's so much better than it was. We used to.
We built when I was parish president. We put 2.5 miles on Island Road at a +8, which that helps the energy against the Morganza levee system. And actually we did 2.5 miles, but we did both sides of the road, so we really did 5 miles. Except the north side of the road, we did it about a +5.
Mm-hmm. But Jay, how many minutes do we have till the governor speaks? Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We're going to pop in. We're not going to miss the governor. We want to hear what he has to say. We'll take a break, take a sip of water. We'll be right back.
Headaches are often caused by faulty nerve signals from the spine. The pain and pounding can be intense, obliterating your ability to think or even function. Don't live with headaches and neck pain. Our non-surgical, cutting-edge procedures can reduce or even eliminate headaches. Tired of taking medications? Let's talk about your options and free yourself from pain.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your local GMC dealer.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
And as you can see behind me, the fury now is starting to happen. The wind's now probably a steady 30 miles per hour, and you'll get gusts from 40 to 45 miles per hour. Of course, that's probably the outer winds of the storm, and if this is the outer winds of the storm, believe me, I don't want to experience the fury of a 140 mile per hour wind.
Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. Think of it as a 3 or a 4. Now let's track this hurricane because all indications are it's coming right for Terrebonne and Lafourche.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offer team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
Do you or a loved one need help dealing with opioid use? There is help nearby. Go to opioidhelpla.org. There you will find medication and outpatient therapy nearby. Telehealth may be available. Uninsured or on Medicaid, there's help. You can be prescribed medication like Suboxone in an office-based opioid treatment site. You keep your job. You work toward a healthy lifestyle, and we help you recover. Opioidhelpla.org. Help is closer than you think.
Get your back to the school specials going on now at AJ Doman Chevrolet, where you get the all-new Trax starting at $21,595. Need a truck? We got you covered. We got the Crew Cab Silverado custom trim level with $8,500 off of MSRP with your qualified trade. It's all happening at AJ Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge in Berwick, where we say yes when others say no.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Not because of how easy it is to use, or because of our expert dealers. Not even because it has implements for every job. You just have to get in the seat because breaking ground on your dream home feels pretty great.
We're Rev Business, a local provider with nearly 90 years of experience. So when it comes to business in Louisiana, we know that personalized service is key. And we're here to go the extra mile with all fiber solutions that deliver what every business needs: reliability and quality. We're not just providers. We're the local team dedicated to helping you succeed. True partnerships are homegrown. Rev Business, internet, phone, managed services. Visit us at letsrev.biz.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your local GMC dealer.
Welcome to Home Outlet. What brings you in today?
Save 20% on your fall project. Break up with your big box store and come see our new look at Home Outlet in Gray during our grand reopening to save 20% September 12th through 14th. Save on quality kitchens, baths, floors, and more.
All in stock with hundreds more available and at the guaranteed lowest price.
Home Outlet is your home store.
Home Outlet, 100% employee owned.
All right, let's go straight to the governor. He's speaking now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate you coming. My name is Jacques Thibodeau, and I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. I'm going to cover some brief metrics on the storm itself, then I'll turn it over to the Governor. Just to let everyone know, we've been tracking Tropical Storm Francine for the last week and a half. Right now, it is Tropical Storm Francine. We do anticipate that it will go to Category 1 Hurricane Francine by tomorrow at around 7 p.m. We also anticipate that at landfall, based on the information we're getting from the National Hurricane Center, as well as from Jay Grimes internally to GOSEP, that it could possibly rise from a Category 1 to a Category 2 storm. Most likely what we're looking for is heavy rain along with localized flooding of 7 to 9 inches over a 12-hour period once the storm makes landfall. And then the most dangerous aspect of the storm, if it approaches land and then slows down and pushes storm surge. The good news is the storm metrics have gone from movement of 5 miles an hour in the advisory at 1 o'clock to now 4 p.m. It's moving 7 miles an hour. We do anticipate that this will be a mid-afternoon to late night landfall. So that brings a specific element. We would ask everyone to stay off the roads and remain vigilant as you move, as you're at home. Pay attention to what's going on. We also would like to remind everyone that you may experience power outages. And then one of the things most concerning to us in GOSEP is generator safety. So if you have a power outage, we remind you to use your generator in the proper fashion. If you have a question about how to use your generator, you can go to getagameplan.org. And to follow the metrics of the storm, along with all the road closures, you can go to virtualla.la.gov. With that being said, I will now turn it over to the Governor for his comments.
Thank you, Jacques. I want to thank both the Insurance Commissioner who's here today and the Speaker of the House who joined us, as well as the other members of the Cabinet that are here today. Today, we issued a statewide declaration of emergency. This will allow that resources will give us an opportunity for resources to begin to flow. I spoke to Administrator Deanne Cresswell, the FEMA administrator, earlier this morning. We have requested a pre-landfall presidential declaration already. We want everyone in the state to be cautious and vigilant, as Jacques said. We don't want to downplay this event, but we also do not want people to panic. We are putting out the best information possible. We have our state climatologist who is working 24/7, pushing information about what he predicts is going to happen with this storm. We want everyone to go to their hurricane preparation plans that they should have. We've been putting PSAs out all summer long. Again, you can go to getagameplan.org. There's great information there as well. You have to know the risks for your area and listen to your local officials. We have already begun initiating conference calls with all of our parish partners and state agencies. Tomorrow, we're going to have a unified command group meeting with the entire cabinet and statewide officials. The steps that we've already taken, GOSEP has been monitoring this storm development over the past 8 days in conjunction again with our state climatologist, Jay Grimes. They have begun conference calls with the National Weather Service since Saturday. We've been in constant communication with FEMA and Region 6. We began daily calls with all parishes and state agencies today. We activated the state EOC Crisis Action Team today and began briefing the legislature. Tomorrow, we will be at a level 3 activation, which means that GOSEP will go to a 24-hour emergency support function. And as I said earlier, tomorrow, we're going to have a unified command group meeting and a press conference right afterwards. I will now like to bring the Insurance Commissioner up to go over a couple of preparation plans that people can make in order to ensure that they protect their property. Tim?
Thank you, Governor. And I'd like to echo what the Governor and Jacques said. You know, no matter what the forecast for the storm is, we need to take it seriously. With that regard, I'd like to ask everybody to be insurance ready. And by that, what I mean, I'm asking is you to read your insurance policy, go over it again, look at your declaration page, know what your insurance deductible, your named storm deductible is. And at any time you have questions on your policy, call your insurance agent, call your insurance company. Now's the time to get those questions answered. The other is prepare your property now. If you haven't done so already, please trim back any limbs or trees that are close to your home. Secure your furniture and your windows and doors. You don't want your furniture to become part of the debris that could damage your neighbors. Take photos of your inventory, not just the inside, not just your contents, but also the exterior. It's a better way to document if you do have damage. Make copies of your policy and your insurance agent's phone number, your insurance company's phone number. Take those with you and make that part of your evacuation plan. And then finally, once it is safe to return, if your home does have damage, make sure and document it. Take more photos, but also mitigate any future damages. Tarp your roof if you have damage there. Tarp or board up your windows if you have damage so that you won't get water intrusion. And again, let's take this seriously, and I appreciate the Governor's opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Again, we want the citizens of the state not to panic, but to be prepared. These storms are storms that we unfortunately have been susceptible to each and every year that hurricane season is upon us. We are going to be putting out information. Please, again, go to getagameplan.org or stay tuned to your local officials and to local websites on the government officials in the parishes that you live. And we will be holding a press conference again tomorrow about 11:30 after the UCG meeting. We'll open it up to any questions that y'all may have right now. Julie?
Can you guys tell us where you think that the main part of the state that might be affected by the storm is? And can you also, are you opening any public evacuation centers at this point?
Well, we'll tell you right now, we're trying to monitor and understand exactly the impact that the storm is going to have on the coastal parishes, right? So again, the places that the storm makes landfall are going to be impacted the heaviest. And depending upon the speed of the storm is going to depend upon the storm surge that will impact the coast. And so again, as we all know, those people living along the coast should heed their local officials' warnings and take the proper precautions necessary for high tides, for extreme storm surges, and for those areas that are going to be impacted by a strong southerly wind. As for storm shelters,
the storm shelters are all based on a parish by parish basis. So the best mechanism is exactly what the Governor said. Maintain contact with your local parish Office of Emergency Preparedness, and they're going to tell you which shelters by parish would be open.
I think we have, and I think Jacques said it, we have got 23 declarations of emergency by parishes. I'm sure that may expand by tomorrow when we'll have more information on the impact of this storm to the state of Louisiana.
From the Governor of the state of Louisiana. Appreciate Keith hanging out with me this afternoon, helping me out. Thank you so much. And Mr. Dove, good to talk to you about the comprehensive plan that we have for the parish.
And thank you for keeping everyone informed, Martin.
Yeah, we're going to keep at it. So what we're going to do, just to let the public know, we are going to sign off tonight. I'm going to watch everything. If I need to come on with anything pertinent, we will. Tomorrow morning, I will be on, I don't know, roughly, well, somewhere between 8 and 9, and we'll be on Facebook and YouTube too. We'll go to about 10:30, and then we're going to sign off at that point. Then we're going to come back early afternoon, and we're going to ride it out until we can see this thing through. Now, we may take a break on Tuesday night before it makes landfall, and then we'll come back. Got a hard-working crew at HTV. Got to give them a little break, too, every now and then. But thank you for viewing. Big audience today. We appreciate it. God bless you. Stay safe, and we will be back with more information. We'll never let you down, I promise you. Thank you.
Trucks, And then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your local GMC dealer.
Every day, thousands of people hit the road heading towards their dreams. But sometimes those dreams collide with a harsh reality. Auto accidents with 18-wheelers can change lives in an instant. That's why you need the experience and expertise of St. Martin and Bork. With over 50 years of experience, St. Martin and Bork have fought for justice for the victims of truck accidents.
If you've been in a wreck with an 18-wheeler, know your rights.
Call St. Martin and Bork today to schedule your free consultation.
For 4 decades, Cardiovascular Institute of the South and Terrebonne General Health System have partnered to deliver a legacy of cardiovascular innovation. We lead the state in advanced programs and complex procedures that you won't find anywhere else. Our specialized treatments for peripheral vascular disease, artery and vein disease, heart valve and structure conditions, arrhythmias, and more attract patients from around the world. Together, we deliver the cardiovascular care that you deserve. Visit tgncis.com to learn more.
GenGators Power Systems is the area's leading Kohler standby generator solution, specializing in maintenance, repair, and installation on all major brands, from gas to diesel and 2kW to 2000. Home or commercial, our team has you covered. Our factory-certified technicians and installers are highly trained to provide response and repair when you need it the most. We service what we sell, period. Trust the GenGators, where we sink our teeth into service.
1 million customers a week can't be wrong. Welcome to Rouse's.
Rouse's Markets has USDA prime beef T-bone steaks for $9.99 a pound. Save $10 a pound. A 5-pound bag of Rouse's red or gold potatoes is $2.97. Save $2.02. USDA Grade A Sanderson Farms boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.97 a pound. Save $2.02 a pound. And selected Fiora towels and bath tissues are buy one, get one free. Save $7.99.
Thank you for choosing us best grocery store on the Gulf Coast.
And as you can see behind me, the fury now is starting to happen. The wind's now probably a steady 30 miles per hour, and you'll get gusts from 40 to 45 miles per hour. Of course, that's probably the outer winds of the storm. And if this is the outer winds of the storm, believe me, I don't want to experience the fury of a 140 mile per hour wind.
Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. Think of it as a 3 or a 4.
Now let's track this hurricane, because all indications are it's coming right for Terrebonne and Lafourche.
From the moment you walk into the showroom floor at Trapp Cadillac, you understand our commitment to providing a truly exceptional experience for all returning and new customers.
Our goal is to make sure you're always comfortable while understanding the entire process of getting into your new Trapp Cadillac.
When you drive a Trapp Cadillac, you know performance, bold styling, and our assured commitment to service.
One thing you can always count on here at Trapp Cadillac is our excellent service experience.
Terrebonne Parish School District is seeking individuals for the following maintenance positions: licensed plumber, electrician, carpenter, HVAC techs with chiller experience, HVAC techs with general experience. These positions have great work environment, excellent benefits, retirement, and insurance. Apply online at tpsd.org. Terrebonne Parish School District, a great place to work.
The Foundation's excited today to be able to partner with Terrebonne General and CIS to provide free cardiac screenings to our community. We have about 70 people who are signed up to be able to participate in the screenings. You know, our goal today is to be able to help our community and help our community stay healthy. And this is just one of the many ways that the Foundation and Terrebonne General and CIS are fulfilling that goal.
The value of these screenings is picking up on diseases that you otherwise
may not know you have or may not find until you actually have symptoms of that disease, at which point it can be somewhat harder to treat that. So finding early symptoms or markers of disease that you otherwise may not know you have. So there's a few things that we're looking at today. We're going to be looking at cardiovascular health, so at the heart in general. We're also going to be looking at screening people for leg disease, and that includes both disease in the arteries and the veins of the legs. When we're talking about heart disease in general, the most common things would be chest pain, shortness of breath, especially when you are doing some type of activity. However, most of the time when you're having those symptoms, it is already pretty late in the game. We're looking today for changes on tests such as EKG, such as blood pressure abnormalities, such as cholesterol abnormalities. When we're talking about the legs, simple things from vein disease would be seeing varicose veins on your legs, seeing discoloration on your legs that's abnormal or wasn't there several years ago. And from an artery standpoint, we're talking about things like pain in the toes, pain in the feet or open wounds on the toes or feet, as well as pain when walking. Finding these symptoms early is important because, as mentioned, if we catch this later in the game, there can be dire consequences. So people can suffer from things like heart attacks, for instance. People can suffer from things like open wounds on the feet or on the legs, which in a worst case scenario can turn into potentially having a toe or a foot cut off in the future. Finding these things early can prevent those types of situations. You don't need a referral in order to see a cardiologist. That's a pretty common misconception that a primary care physician or another physician would have to refer you, but that's not the case. You can call our clinics directly and we can set you up with a physician, nurse practitioner, or PA to take a look at some of the concerns you have.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Matthew Finn here at CIS and Terrebonne General. We're doing the health screening here at the CIS clinic in Houma. We're happy to provide the screening service to the community to improve the people's awareness of their health. We're doing blood pressure, EKG, some basic labs, and thermal imaging of the legs to look for varicose veins. So thermal imaging gives us an inside peek into the varicose veins, can give us a look at some more subtle varicose veins, which may represent propensity to develop worsening varicose veins, the propensity to develop ulcers, leg pain, cramps, and so on. These symptoms are extremely common, much more common than almost anything else in medicine. Varicose veins is extremely prevalent, and it can be difficult to deal with. And we're here at CIS and Terrebonne General to help our patients treat this difficult condition. For the signs and symptoms of varicose veins, most common would be swelling or painful visible varicose veins. You can also get restless leg, numbness in the feet. You can get redness over the veins, which may represent local inflammation. As for the treatments for this, the standard is elevating the legs at the end of the day, wearing compression socks are the primary therapy. If these conservative therapies don't work, there's other minimally invasive treatments that can be provided to help alleviate some of the symptoms. If you come for a regular office visit beyond just the screening, we typically do an ultrasound, a very in-depth ultrasound to see how the valves inside the veins are working, look at both the deep system of veins and the superficial system of veins, and discuss different options for treatments to improve your symptoms. So if varicose veins are not caught early or dealt with, they can over time develop into swelling in the leg, discoloration. It can be a purplish or reddish color can develop, hair loss, and even ulcers in some of the worst cases. So we're here to help prevent that. So if you have any concern for your varicose veins, please come in and get a check.
Today at the screening, we are doing in-body scans. So it's a body composition analysis that can tell us how much body fat, muscle mass, calories you burn, and water that you have in your body. So healthy weight is very important for a number of things. We have a bunch of risk factors that weight contributes to metabolic syndrome. And so especially at today's screening, we are checking for blood pressure and cholesterol, and a lot of those are things that food and nutrition has effects to it. So when we do these in-body screenings, they can tell us, if there's an area that we need to improve for overall health as well.
Part of the screening today is also to monitor blood glucose, which can detect
diabetes. Diabetes and heart disease are linked together. Things that we offer and educate at Terrebonne General is we provide diabetes education and also weight management services. Education is key to managing diabetes. We provide a comprehensive diabetes education program at Terrebonne General. Healthy eating is a part of that program, along with monitoring blood sugar, taking medications. It's important for patients to understand what diabetes medicines can do for them, and that eating is very, very important. Healthy eating is very important to manage diabetes as well. Something else that today's screening can monitor for is prediabetes, which is you're not yet at the diabetes level, but you're headed there. And so we can kind of halt it in its tracks with a little bit of modifications like diet and exercise. The participants were encouraged to come fasting, and so when they receive their blood glucose level, it'll be able to tell them kind of where they're falling, if they're in the normal range, pre-diabetes range, or possibly even in the diabetes range.
And as you can see behind me, the fury now is starting to happen. The wind's now probably a steady 30 miles per hour, and you'll get gusts from 40 to 45 miles per hour. Of course, that's probably the outer winds of the storm. And if this is the outer winds of the storm, believe me, I don't want to experience the fury of a 140 mile per hour wind.
Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. Think of it as a 3 or a 4. Now let's track this hurricane, because all indications are it's coming right for Terrebonne and Levee.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your local GMC dealer.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offered team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
We're here once again in Cocodrie, reporting to you for Parish News.
For over 40 years, I, along with my team, have had the distinct pleasure of archiving special events and special people in our area. When I was a young reporter, I never realized how important those seemingly routine interviews would become. And as we have made our journey through the television industry, the most important memories to us have been captured through the lens of a camera and a microphone. We just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of those who have given us our start and continue to support us 40 years into our great journey. When you signed on back then and still today, you are helping preserve the precious moments that will be archived for future generations. It's been a joy, and we thank you here at HTV. HTV, preserving the past and moving into the future.
Thank you again for choosing Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet.
Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet has been serving South Louisiana for over 50 years. That's right, 50 years. No matter how much Trapp has grown, you can count on hometown feel, friendly service every time you stop it. Our unmatched service and diverse Chevrolet, Cadillac, and pre-owned inventory has set us apart as the preferred car dealer in South Louisiana. We're also known for our outstanding auto repair service, changing your oil quickly and easy financing.
We promise to always give the most in your auto buying experience here at Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet in Houma.
Looking to achieve a healthier lifestyle but have little time? The Terrebonne General Executive Health Program can improve your overall health for a lifetime in one visit. With little to no waiting, you get a whole year of wellness in one convenient location. Our preventative screenings increase your well-being by providing early detection against illness. With exceptional VIP service, you leave with a plan in hand to achieve a healthier lifestyle tailored for you. Call the Terrebonne General Executive Health Team at 985-850-6204 today.
And as you can see behind me, the fury now is starting to happen. The wind's now probably a steady 30 miles per hour, and you'll get gusts from 40 to 45 miles per hour. Of course, that's probably the outer winds of the storm. And if this is the outer winds of the storm, believe me, I don't want to experience the fury of a 140 mile per hour wind.
Don't go to sleep on this tonight and think you're going to wake up and it may be a 1 or it may be gone. Think of it as a 3 or a 4. Now let's track this hurricane because all indications are it's coming right for Terrebonne and Lafourche.
Bayou Time Sports is brought to you by Terrebonne General Health Systems Community Sports Institute in conjunction with Barker Honda.
We ran the ball really well, which opened up some things. You know, in the play action passing game, we had explosives down the field. So that was good to see from the offense. Defensively, we had the 3 takeaways, had 4 sacks in the game. I thought we did a pretty good job, you know, minimizing what they were able to do in the running game, which allows you to kind of rush the passer a little bit more. There's certainly a ton of things that we've got to get cleaned up. The penalties were too many. That's something we'll have to address this week in practice. But we still have a lot of things that we have to get better at. So our focus is going to be on making the corrections that we need to make from this one, improving on those things, and then getting ready for Dallas.
Yeah, it seemed like Clint Kruger stayed on the sideline.
He stayed on the sideline.
I think there's a good chance he'll stay there for the rest of the season.
Well, he'll probably be there next week. I thought it went good. I mean, I think, you know, it's one of those things where you're with them all week long and you're talking to them all week long. And so I just think there's something to being able to look in a guy's eyes and see and get and feel what they're feeling, you know, on the field. And so I thought it worked great. I think Rico's been outstanding up in the box for him. So we got a couple of pairs of eyes up there that I think I like how it's worked the last couple of times.
Yeah, it seemed like even beyond that, it seemed like the whole offense had it looked like you've been running that for a long time. It seemed like everybody had a good handle on what you were doing and what you were trying to do. And I'm guessing that's encouraging, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we executed, you know, pretty well. And certainly there's still things that we've got to do better. But I think we scored on like our first 9 drives, and so that's encouraging. And yet I think there were some other opportunities, you know, maybe to get touchdowns instead of having to kick field goals. So I think the biggest thing when you win a game like that, I think the biggest thing is keeping guys grounded and understand that, you know, this is one of 17, you know, so let's focus on the things that we have to improve on. All right, we'll enjoy the win, But we understand we've got a lot of things that we've got to do better.
Yeah, when the team's out locked in every base game, do you feel that like building during the week, or is that something you just kind of find out during the game, or like?
Well, look, I've felt like over the last couple of weeks, I think, just watching our guys in practice, felt like guys were getting a good feel for what we were trying to do. I liked the speed that we were practicing, so I felt confident coming into this game that we would play well in all three phases.
You mentioned the run game and the play action passing game in your opening statement. I think you've been mentioning those two elements since February when you picked your offensive coordinator, what would work for Derek Harmon. When you see getting ahead of the chains right away on the very first play of the game, getting the drive.
Yeah, look, I think that's huge. I think your ability to start fast, if you're able to run the football, it sets up so many more things that you can do. When you're able to run the football, it's much easier to pass protect. When you're able to run the football, you have the ability to utilize play action passing game. And so it just makes the defense have to defend everything. And so, look, that was positive in this game, and we've got to try to build on that.
And it's just your overall thoughts on Derek Carr.
Yeah, look, I thought he played well. I thought he managed the game well. The first touchdown pass to Shaheed was awesome. There was a little bit of pressure on him. He had to step up in the pocket, stepped up, made the throw, put it right on the money. And so that was awesome to see. And look, him no different than anybody else on our team. We're going to go and look at a handful of plays that, man, I wish we would have, and we had opportunities. And so I think that's the biggest thing that we've got to focus on is cleaning those things up as we head into week 2 against Dallas.
What was the goal of progression on that play? 3rd and 4, obviously, you could have been conservative and taken the chains. But